Good morning. We are so excited to have everyone here in person and joining us virtually as well. We are thrilled to have Dr. Todd Zubek and Dr. Kristen DePerry joining us today. Dr. DePerry will be joining us virtually because of some illness issues, COVID issues. And I'm just so excited because we've been Zooming with them for months, and it's been so fun to finally meet them in person. They probably need no introduction, but Dr. Zubek and Dr. DePerry are the authors of the bilingual grammar curriculum, which some of you are using in your schools already, and which is just a phenomenal, it's something DefEd's been waiting for years. So we are just thrilled to have you present on it. Dr. DePerry is an independent educational consultant and literacy development specialist for deaf and hard. Oh, yes. Okay, I'm sorry. I talk really quickly when I'm excited. Dr. DePerry is an independent educational consultant and literacy development specialist for deaf and hard of hearing students. She's been a classroom teacher for over 39 years. She's almost beat me, but not quite. She has worked as a researcher and instructor in the deaf education program at Boston University, as well as the English literacy coordinator at a residential school for the deaf. She is the author of several instructional publications, 5 workbooks, and the Bedrock Literacy Curriculum, and the co-author, of course, of the bilingual curriculum. And Dr. Ted Zubek, who we have here in person, has a PhD in applied linguistics at Boston University, and he was a classroom teacher for 15 years. He's been involved with multiple projects designed to improve teaching strategies, applied literacy, and student outcomes, especially as they relate to the role of ASL and deaf children's academic programming. Todd is a faculty member at Boston University's Deaf Education Program, and of course, the co-author of bilingual curriculum. We are thrilled to have you here, and y'all are so fortunate to be able to share with them in this information. So I will hand it over to them.
Good morning, everyone. All right, everyone doing all right? First off, I want to let you know something really important. Roll Tide. War Eagle. I can respect the tradition of War Eagle. Okay, I'll applaud that. All right. And I'm sorry about the Iron Bowl too. My apologies. Okay. First of all, I want to say hello to everyone, let you all know I'm excited to be here. I have a lot to talk about today about literacy and ASL. There are some things that I have been researching for many years that I want to teach about how to improve the recognition and literacy in ASL. So we'll be talking about that this morning, and then I will hand it over to my co-presenter. She'll be talking about the English part, and I will be focusing more on the ASL part. So hopefully she'll be able to, Kristen will be able to show up and say hello at some point. I think can we switch over to her really quickly so she can say a quick hello to everyone?
All right. Well, I'm really sad that I'm not there, but I'm really happy, very happy that.
Oh, there's no sound. Wait, time out, hold on a second. We don't have audio yet. I have an interpreter up here for her.
How's that? Okay. All right. So excited to be with all you guys. I'm bummed I can't be there in person though. But I know we will do our very best to give you the best conference we can today. So we're very excited to share the information we have with you too. So I'm going to shut my mic and my video off and watch Todd do his part, and I will see you guys after the break.
Perhaps it would help if we could visualize the agenda first and see how I have today structured before we proceed. So the first session in the morning will be me until 10 o'clock. I'm going to be talking about policies, ideas, the structure behind this whole concept. Then secondly, I'll introduce different applied linguistic principles to learning ASL vocabulary through reading. So we know English vocabulary development is important, but now I'm going to think, how can we structure that and have that happen in ASL as well? So then I'll do that until 10 o'clock. Then after break, Dr. DePerry will take over for this second part, and she will go until noon, until lunchtime. And she will talk about English vocabulary. So first we're going to talk about ASL, and then we'll have English and discuss the parallel strategies for those. And then we'll discuss approaches for teaching reading, literacy, and accessibility for deaf children. What does that mean for deaf children who are visual learners? Of course, visual people. So what are different approaches we can use that would make sense for that? Then we will have a group picture. So we'll have to figure out how to get Kristen, Dr. DePerry, in the picture virtually. But then after lunch, we'll come back to me again and we'll talk about applied ASL. And we'll talk about comprehension and composition. And we'll talk about reading and writing for children. I mean, yes, that's important. We know, and doing that in English as well, of course, is critically important. But then we have to think about the ASL part of it too. If we're serious about taking advantage of the foundations of literacy for deaf children, what does that mean? What does that look like? We've got the writing English and the ASL signing. Well, what else is involved? We'll think about approaches for that. And then lastly, we'll go back to Kristen. And she'll take the afternoon part about writing in English. And again, how do you approach learning to write in English for visual learners? And we'll close approximately 3:15 to 3:30, and we'll be open for discussion at the end. So I look forward to hearing all of your questions at the end. If that sounds good, then we'll get ready to go. I think Coach Saban would be proud of our plan. Would be proud of our plan. I'm going to start out with some thoughts and expectations I have for today. This slide is a metaphor for our field. You know, we've gone through 200 years of struggling to figure out how to bridge the gap between ASL and English. You know, back in the day, we didn't even know what ASL meant. But people still understood, okay, there was sign language and there was spoken English. And how do we cross that divide? People invented many different approaches. One was oralism. People were trying to figure out if that would do it. Another one was signed English. Third one was total communication, cued speech, you know, visual phonology. There was just a myriad of different strategies that people tried to use to bridge that gap. And so that's been our concern, right? This whole entire time. How do we, if you learn to sign, how do you learn to read and write in English? So we had a modality problem. English, you could speak and read and write, and then ASL, of course, manual, signed, didn't have a written system, but English does, so that's a challenge. So that was a challenge to think about. And that brings us to language experiences. Our approach to teaching English was based on what we knew from hearing children. The problem was when hearing children arrived to school, perhaps at 5 years old or at 3 years old for preschool, did they already have a solid language foundation? Of course, 100%. It wasn't like, oh, 75%, 60%. No, 100% of them came to school with already a strong foundation in language. What about when the deaf children came to school? Did they all have a strong linguistic foundation? No, because their environment had not been accessible. Most of their parents didn't sign, didn't provide any visual, manual, visual language accessibility. So that was not a good situation for them. Imagine. Okay, I have an important example, perhaps would help you understand this. Sometimes, if we say something, it can impact us more if we hear it audibly, right? For example, here in the US, this has happened once. There was a hearing girl. They found the girl at age 7. She had had no exposure to language. Her parents had been incarcerated, or no, parents had her locked up in a closet or room and had neglected her for many years. And when they finally found that girl, they realized through her abuse and neglect, she had no language exposure. Does anyone know the girl I'm talking about, the hearing girl, 7-year-old here in the US? Does anyone remember her name? Starts with a G. Jeannie. Jeannie. So that is one example we have with a hearing child. Since the 60s, that's the only one example we have of a hearing child in the US who didn't have language. And almost everyone in the room knew that example right away. Even though you didn't know her name, you knew. Most of you even knew her name. You knew the story I was talking about. Now that example, that parallel example of no exposure happens to deaf children every day. It's not like, oh, it was, last week or once in a while. No, it is every day, ongoing. Do we know all their names? No, but you all know that is the tough situation. That it happens to so many of them. And then in the hearing world, it happened to that one child in the past how many decades? And that happens all the time with deaf children. And I love hearing children, don't get me wrong. Nothing against hearing children. I have hearing children myself. I was one, I am one. But my concern about my deaf children, the deaf children, is so different. And then the society's concern about their linguistic exposure does not match their concern for the hearing children's exposure. But we who have experience in this field, we know this is critical. We know they have so much language deprivation. And secondly, we have to figure out how to recognize that and how to compensate for that and teach that. And so we make so many assumptions about the foundations that children come to us already having, which it works for hearing children, but that doesn't apply to deaf children. They have entirely different experiences.
Now, approaches to vocabulary are also very different. And we'll see this afternoon, you know, we'll see where words come from. We'll see how vocabulary is established and developed, but it's very different for ASL. So, and that should be in the curriculum as well. Syntax, structure of language, absolutely. I mean, ASL is very deep. It's not very broad, but it's very deep. It's built vertically. And English is very linear. And so we need to have materials developed as well. Now, before I was a teacher, and you know, my first year, second year of teaching, I was thrilled. It was very exciting. I was going to adapt and everything. I was going to work. But by my third year, oh my Lord. You know, by my fourth year, 6 years, fifth year, seventh year, just give me materials, please. I beg you, please, just give. I want access for our children, please. You know, and the schools would buy whatever the newest curriculum was and set up a committee to adapt it, curriculum. So that means, you know, I can't really use the curriculum as it's given. We have to look at it and we have to adapt it. And this is over and over again. So where are the materials? Where are accessible materials for deaf children? Hearing children, plenty of materials for them. Deaf children, nothing. I want. And so we want to be able to just get it, apply it, and go forward. So comprehension and composition. Now in English, there's reading and writing. We know that all day, right? But how do we approach this with ASL? How do we approach ASL comprehension? And the composition and planning of how we're going to structure our language. It has to be visually accessible. It has to make sense to related to experiences that the people learning it have. There needs to be context. Schools need to allow this to happen. If we don't have any of the things we've talked about so far, then how do we teach them? The teaching is worthless without more foundation. So we have to make it happen. And to be honest, you know, as a former teacher for many years, I would sit in workshops just like this and I'd listen to people talk. And the people on stage were wonderful. And I sat back and I thought about it and I just knew where this isn't related to my kids. This is not for me. This isn't for the children that I teach. So, you know, Friday afternoon, I'd be, you know, there at the end of the conference. Oh my gosh, thanks. This has been wonderful. But then on Monday morning, where's the stuff to apply? I have nothing to apply. So we're hoping that come Monday morning after this conference, the experience is going to be different. You're going to have something that you can use. You're going to have something to apply. That's our goal. Now there's a little bit of a challenge that we face, and it's been this way for many, many years. We always start with English. We always start with English and then we work backwards to the ASL. Everything's English based and then we try to adapt it and have it make sense with ASL. You know, and even if we're looking for, you know, the top hearing schools, the top curriculum developers, we get something, but it makes no sense because it's designed for hearing children. So I don't care if it's from the top school district. I don't care who designed the curriculum. I don't care how much sense it makes for hearing children. When we get to ASL, or how good it looks on a website. You know, you can look at something, oh, we use that school. You know, this school district uses our curriculum. Oh, wow. We're all supposed to sit back and just be in awe of this. But, you know, more than that, there's nothing really to it for our kids. I also want to talk about messy programs. You know, you got teacher A, first grade, okay. Here's my approach for vocabulary. This is my favorite for reading. This is my favorite for writing. And then second grade, there's something completely different. There's something very new. There's new vocabulary, new approaches to teaching it. And this is how it goes throughout the K-12 experience. You know, and we have to pray We have to pray that there's coordination somewhere in it, but there's very little. You know, it all comes back down to me, the teacher, and how I teach and what I have to do. So, you know, next year when you go over there, you know, in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, this is no good. I can't prepare them for what's next because there's no coordination between them. So we have to figure out how to avoid these messy programs. So this is really, okay, so I'm curious, how many of you are teachers in the room? How many teachers do we have here? Okay, so most of you. How many administrators? Wonderful. Okay, so most of you are teachers. There's some administrators. Okay, so, and I'm sure online, most people are teachers as well. But, there may be a few administrators, but we have to figure out how we can bring this back to our leadership teams and help them understand that they need to help us to make the programming and curriculum less messy. So first, lack of coordination, right? That means our plan for vocabulary, it must be school-wide. How we teach it, it must be school-wide. That's the number one thing. And if we're teaching reading and writing, same. Whoops, I've done something here. Whoop, I'm back. Okay. Same. I mean, this needs to be school-wide. Think about how we understand curriculum development and resource development. Think about this. We need curriculum. We need coordination. There's a lot of debates about approaches. And I don't mean oral as opposed to sign. I mean much more substantive. So I have a list, the Dolch, thank you, Dolch, the Dolch approach. And no, I pick vocabulary from my reading book. Oh, no. I really like this other approach. And I like this other approach. So everybody has something different. Oh my God, what do we do here? There's all these debates about approaches and everyone feels right. And so we have to make all of these changes. And, you know, maybe we get something and within a year, everybody's going to start using this, but within a year it's dissolved again and everybody's gone back to their standard approaches. Now, spoken language proficiencies. You know, it's a very audist approach. It focuses only on hearing. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about many bilingual programs. The kids arrive and they're learning in L2. Even if they have an L1 to use. So let's say we're talking about Spanish, spoken Spanish, for hearing kids. Most schools say, oh, you speak Spanish? Oh, check, we don't have to teach that. That's great, you've got that. Now we're gonna focus on English all the way. Same kind of approach is happening for ASL. The kids arrive and, oh, we see your hands moving. This means you're great at ASL. Moving on. You don't need to learn anything more about your language. But that's our approach, right? We assume that because a kid's signing, you know, and we don't understand, oh, they must have very strong language foundation in ASL. But their language foundation is lousy. They don't have an L1. So, and it's very different for hearing people. You know, especially hearing teachers, we see a kid and we think, oh wow, ASL, whoa, I can't cope with that. Oh goodness, I'm gonna watch them. But you know, their language stinks. They don't have a foundation. And we can't say that just signing alone, the output is enough. We can't say output, check, we've moved on from language. We have to understand the skill. We have to understand the mechanics, the vocabulary, the syntax, how people are learning grammar and learning the structure of language. That's the idea. And they have to understand that in ASL first, and then teach English as a second language to these kids. So again, there's limited opportunity to build. They arrive, I arrive, where are my resources? I go through the curriculum, I look, but there's really nothing that applies to ASL. We have the opportunity for English. Anyone teaching English, you can go through the curriculum backwards and forwards. Everything's great, but it's designed for hearing kids. So it's very important for us to understand that if you get the materials that are designed for hearing students, and these don't teach grammar. They're designed for practice with grammar, because again, the kids already have language. They have the foundation. We're not really teaching them language at all. How many 5-year-old kids, hearing kids, go into school and don't know how to speak in a full sentence? No one. This doesn't happen. They all have that foundation. And so we get a curriculum that's developed and designed for practice because they already know, they already have an L1, that foundation. And we're borrowing this curriculum and trying to apply practice to deaf kids who don't have a foundation or an L1. You can't do it. It's crazy. Now I remember, most of you know, you talk about baseball, like suppose let's talk about baseball. And kids arrive, Little League baseball. And there's no idea how to stand there. The ball comes and maybe they swing and hit it, but they have no idea. So, but the coach will give them instruction. The coach will show them, and they'll say, go practice. But practice what? If we haven't shown them. But if we saw a coach approach things like that, well, you don't know how to hold the bat, you don't know how to stand, you don't know what to do, go practice. They don't do that. They teach them first. They give them the skills to do that. But for us as teachers, we're doing this practice, but they don't know the foundation. They don't have the stance. They don't know how to hold the bat. So, we've got this curriculum, they do their vocabulary test, they do whatever. Did they pass? We're asking them to produce the same thing a week later, but we've given them step 3, 4, and 5. We haven't given them the foundation. So approaches today, we're asking, why not? Why not do this? So we don't have to build foundation for English, right? I love English. Now I want to make this clear. I do love English. I think that, ASL, it's a 2-part answer that includes ASL and English. So when we think about literacy as being neutral, ASL literacy should be the same as English literacy.
And at the same time, we have to be aware that we need to make compensation for these kids. Our deaf kids arrive with no foundational language structure, so much language deprivation that we have to teach them first and make sure we can figure out how to give them access to that information first. So we have to plan to include compensatory work, pardon me, in the hope. In the great hope. Oh, I love hope. Believe me, I love hope. But hope is not the best strategy here. And I'm sure Coach Saban, 1 week before the game with Georgia, was he sitting there thinking, well, I hope we'll win. I hope we'll win. No, that's not how that works. Coach Saban would never depend on hope. He has plans. He has strategies. The same thing for us. We can't just survive on hope alone. We have to have actual strategies. And we have to make sure that our strategies match with how visual learners learn. Again, we develop skills in ASL first, make sure we have that good foundation, and then make sure that we have accessibility. Use that to help them access English. Use that framework. And here, think about the different instructional allocations. If we are serious about developing bilingual proficiency, we need to have all these different areas of learning. And we need to have this amount of time devoted to each of these different areas daily. We have to have writing, reading, English vocabulary, grammar study, ASL composition, ASL comprehension, ASL vocabulary, ASL grammar study. I mean, wow, it's a challenge to fit enough time in every day for each of these areas. But we have to be creative and design a program that can fit all of these into our day. And we can do it. Again, it requires advanced planning, thought about the materials and coordination. And maybe, fewer and fewer and less of a messy program. And the Arkansas School for the Deaf, they may have had a different approach than, where do you teach? Alabama School for the Deaf? You hear local person? Okay, here's a local person, and thus far, different states and different deaf schools have had different answers. Where do you teach? Utah? Okay, which school? Okay, Utah School for the Deaf. So, and then there's different states, different deaf schools. See, so maybe the answer that you had over here is different than your answer at the other state over there. But even though you may be doing a bilingual approach and have that bilingual philosophy everywhere, you still. Is it Deb? Is it Deb? Okay. Deb, did you have a question you wanted to ask me?
I was just going to say, could you please stay on this side of the stage as you go to that side?
I'm sorry. Yes, I'm walking all over the place. Thank you. Thank you.
You can go,
From the podium to the screen easily.
Okay, perfect.
perfect.
Yes, thank you for letting me know. That means someone online must have been complaining about that. So, hey, you try coming here doing this in person, but come to Alabama then you won't have that visual access problem and roll tide. Are there any questions so far? I've been talking for a while. I'm trying to thus far give you an idea of the general framework that I'm working within. So if we're good, okay. I'll continue. So now what? We know the problem. Now we need some answers. And one part of the answer is to think about grammar instruction. I'm a big advocate and believer in kids, especially deaf children. They must have the experience and the ability to analyze and play with the language, with ASL and English. They must, especially if they arrive to school without a strong foundational language. So much of our experience, so all of us here in this room, our experience growing up, we got so much language for free, so to speak. Didn't require any effort on our part, no work. You're just born, boom, start hearing language immediately. Free access. And then if a deaf child is born to a family that signs already, same thing. Access to visual language from day one. Great. So people who grow up in those environments, it's great. But of course, the challenge is that most of our kids are not in those situations. Most of them have not gotten it for free. That means we need to teach it intentionally. And we can include language play and thinking about language. You know about natural language acquisition, how it happens auditorily when we're growing up. Okay, that's great, that's awesome. But then our job is, how do we compensate for that? How do we replace that experience with our kids? And we give them one answer. I have to say I'm a little proud of this answer. But think about how to design grammar instruction in a way that makes sense for deaf children, especially, it could be for all children too, ones who come from hearing families, deaf families, ones who come from families who sign, ones that don't, something that makes sense for all those deaf children. Now, it's interesting for this curriculum. I started from step one, completely different approach. From step one, I was thinking about how do we support deaf children developing an awareness of what language means? What does it even mean? What does that sentence mean? What do these signs mean? And as Kristen will talk about later, how language develops. Step one should be to help the kids understand the purpose of language itself. And language itself, honestly, is a miracle. It's a miracle. You can think something in your head and then use language to convey that thought. And it can match the same idea you just had in your head. And most of the time, the language you produce is close to what you envisioned in your head. Think about that. That is just magical. We can come up with ideas and then we can convey them so that people can understand them in their heads. So I have some specific things, some specific ideas that I'm thinking of. So any idea has specific properties and requirements. First, it must be about something or someone. So it could be about someone or something, either a person or a thing, right? That's one part of an idea or concept. But that's not enough. How many times, I know I've experienced this many times, but how many times do your kids get there first thing in the morning and they run in there and go, Mom, what? And you're looking at your kids like, okay, mom, yes, mom's here. What? Do you want me to come? Do you want me to go somewhere? What? You try to get out from them when your children are really young, because just the idea of mom is not sufficient. It's not complete. So conveying your thought requires additional parts. First, you're going to talk about some person or thing, and then the second part, there's different categories. There's 3 different categories. Okay, either you have to tell me what happened, or you have to tell me that you or some other person has something, or you have to describe this other person or thing. That means any idea that has ever been had in the history of the world, since the beginning of time, since cavemen roamed the earth, must involve those 2 parts. If one of them is missing or the other is missing, we can't have, it's difficult to have a complete thought. Sometimes kids will run up to you and say, oh, fell down, oh, it's awful. Okay, who fell? What fell? Where? We don't know. So our job is to instruct the kids, step one, what does language mean? What is it for? It's for conveying ideas. And the ideas are no different than sentences. If I have all these parts, who or what, where, when did it happen, where did it happen, all that in basic vocabulary, we'll learn the subject of the sentence. Now we're talking about who or what. That's called the subject, right? And then the other parts, what happened or description, what are those called? Right. Predicate, right. You have a subject and a predicate. Then they can understand that and actually start studying the language. So studying the language itself without understanding what language is for and how to convey ideas doesn't work. If you understand what language is for and how to convey ideas first, then you can start studying the language and make better sense of it. And until the kids understand how to develop complete thoughts, then what's the point of teaching about nouns, verbs, and adjectives and all that? That's impossible if you do that prematurely when they have no idea what language even means or what it's for or how to use it. Once it's internalized in the kids and they can really visualize it, I'm telling you, it's just magical. The flow, it can go right into the grammar instruction and all that. Once you have that foundation established, then it can happen. How are we on time? So I'm finished at 10, right? Because my first part finishes at 10. Okay. Woo. Okay. I was a little brief thing here. I was developing a curriculum. I'm going to show you a little bit of the curriculum, and then I will go back to this. And we're going to have to speed through this part. You can see what it looks like. Jalen. So I'm going to show you something of that real quick, and then we'll come back to this. Okay, bilingual grammar curriculum includes coordination, applied L1, first language, and analysis. So this allows the kids to look at ASL from the outside and see it from all angles, really start to understand. Oh, okay. And then they can understand English later. This becomes the quality of the curriculum. And it also applies to play. It's plug and play. Plug and play. It's ready to go. You don't have to do any adaptations. It's already adapted. So you can, it arrives with kids' activities and everything already built in. Meta. That means looking at a language and thinking about the language from the outside. So thinking about how to externalize the language.
Okay, so you don't have time, right? You don't have a time machine. We arrive, kids arrive at 6, 7, 12, and, we wish we had a time machine so we could take them back to, age 3, age 1, age 2, when they were learning language, but we can't do that. So without a time machine, we have to compensate. We have to have instruction that is accessible. We have to have a plan that makes sense, but we have to start with step 1. Step 1 for all children. It doesn't matter if the kids are 6 or 12 or 5 or 13. There needs to be a step 1. Everybody has to have the same step 1. We have to make sure that the curriculum itself is accessible for you as teachers and for the kids both. we have to talk about, we've already talked about the modality challenge, right? ASL and English, they're different. So we have to help the kids see the structure. We have to help, and the structure of ASL and English is very, very different. Am I okay? We've got, is everything all right? I'm checking with the monitors and the tech guys. Okay. So ASL, structure and design, it's more like New York City. You know what I mean? So we have to help kids understand how to see the structure and modality of ASL. So here, the word tall. So you can see right here, tall, tall. That's the sign I'm using, tall. And kids see tall, and okay, they get, so naturally they're gonna write down tall, tall. Except, let's see it again. So tall, very tall. Whew, different, right? You can see how it's different. The different part is the morphemes. Right? Very different. You can see. All kids will say tall, tall, and you can look at it and see that it's different. But when the kids are writing, what do they say? Tall. That's it. That's all they know. That's all they have. Tall and tall. It's all about the first floor, right? Tall, tall. That's it. So if you visualize New York City, you know, if you don't know about the second, third, fourth, fifth, 32nd floor, then what's the difference between New York City and Birmingham, Alabama? There's no difference, right? Until you get to New York City and you realize, holy mackerel, tall has a whole different meaning. The skyscrapers go up so many floors. So we have to take the lid off of this. We have to allow deaf kids to see and understand the difference between these two things. They're both adjectives. Tall is an adjective. But you see here, the mouth morpheme, the expression, the emphasis on the sign, very different. An adverb. That happens on our second floor. That's not a foundational thing. That happens on the second floor. Now, English is not built like ASL. It's not built like New York City. It is not vertically built. It is more like Santa Fe, New Mexico. It's one floor. Everything's very lined up, very straight. Everything's very, very one level. No, I love Santa Fe, New Mexico. Love it. I lived in Santa Fe, New Mexico for years. But there's a rule, a city ordinance that says you can't build anything with a second or third floor because they want to keep the architectural integrity of the city and the beauty. And it's the same idea for English. It's just like Santa Fe, New Mexico, right? You can't say two things at the same time, right? You can't do it. You can't. You try. There's word, they come out individually, and there's nothing wrong with that. But in ASL, you can do two things, three things, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 things all at the same time. It's built very tall. So we have to allow the kids to see this. We have to let them see the second, third, fourth, 52nd floor. But we have to start with a step one. What's easy for us to see? What's easy for us to show? Adverbs. Adverbs. Even our babies can see adverbs. Yes, they can see it. So, yay, that's it. That's all. So even though it sounds like an adverb, ooh, we have to, are we introducing adverbs very early into the curriculum? If we hold on to that with English, because English takes over our minds. Oh, adverbs, oh my gosh, they're complicated and they got this and that and the other thing going on. But you know, that answer means that we're stuck if we're starting with English, right? We don't talk about the adverbs immediately in English. So, but in ASL we have to, because we have to talk about it because we see it, it is visually there and that is accessible. So the process is very different. Adverbs become critical and we have to teach them early as part of that foundation. Now, when we develop curriculum, Kristen will talk about this in the English curriculum. She's had fights, wars, battles. You can't talk about adverbs that early. You can't. There's a lot of fights that happen, right? We had a fight about it on the airplane, right? So, I mean, we're talking about that. I mean, it's very bumpy. It's like a bumpy ride in an airplane, right? So we have to, okay, let's just settle down. English has colonized our minds, and we have to say, wait, there's a process in curriculum that makes sense, and we have to have one that makes sense visually first for ASL. That's why this curriculum, oh, it's accessible, it makes sense for deaf children. English can follow that rather than ASL having to follow the English. These are very well-intentioned people who have built these English curriculums and handed them over to us for us to adapt. And we think about what's first for English, we'll teach that first for ASL. What's second for English, second for ASL. But it does not work. No. Curriculum design for English is designed for practice only. And our kids aren't there. They simply aren't. And English is based on Santa Fe. It's Santa Fe, New Mexico. Everything's first floor, right? But we're in New York City, folks, and we have to teach it that way. So English, right? Tall, very tall. You can't have 2 floors, right? You can't build it that way. It's tall, very tall, right? But in ASL, tall, you can see it. We use, if something's tall, you're gonna have different mouth morphemes. You're gonna have different expression to show that. Same. Okay, so when we produce curriculum, we think, for many years, we believed that video would solve our challenge, right? We believed this. We thought English is written, and that's great. It's written, we've got writing, but then video solves everything for ASL. And I think video has made a big difference. Sure, I'm a proponent of it. However, there's a problem because we have missed so much along the way. Video itself follows, it's like a scroll, right? So, for example, many years ago, the first people who came up with written language, they had scrolls, right? And there's a reason why we've thrown out scrolls. There's a reason why, because we've got paper that came out in a different way. So the philosophy of the scroll was that you could start writing and you could roll it along the way as you wrote more and more. And you could go back and forth and see what you wrote so that you could make adjustments along the way as you're going. And that's awesome. That's great. But the problem is we can't review. We can't see what's before unless we roll back or roll forward. So with video, it's the exact same way, right? We have to go forward or backward. We can't just look up the page and review. So suppose we're playing a sentence on a video. And okay, so I bought a brown dog. All right, simple, something simple. So kids would say, I bought a brown dog. Great. And then they see it on the video. And then it's up. So I see one sign at a time. Dog, I bought a brown dog. I can see one sign at a time in an English, in a video. So, but when we practice with deaf children, practice grammar, we have to remember that, and again, L1, very little foundation there. But they have to practice memorizing what it was that they saw before, because you can't see the whole thing at the same time. So for us, as adults, we look and we can remember something. Oh, you bought a brown dog. Okay, got it. But for children in school, to ask them to hold this information, hold the whole sentence. Okay, so what was the subject of that sentence? But the sentence is gone. They can't see it. So if you ask, I bought brown dog, okay, they have to navigate that. But imagine if we taught hearing children this way and told them you can't write. You have to listen to audio only and remember. And I played, I bought a brown dog, right? I play it. Now tell me the subject of the sentence without them hearing it again. They'd be like, what? I mean, that's awful. You'd criticize me as being an awful teacher if I did that. So why would you force them to memorize the sentence? But we do that with deaf kids every day. Video helps. Yes, it does. It can help. But without having it accessible visually in a scroll kind of format where you can open it up to see it, then it's really hard. It's working memory at that part. And that's crazy. Working memory and having to then come up with foundation from that, you can't do it. You can't have working memory and go back to foundation. So have an example. Okay, so you can see, okay, the subject, right, baby. And you can see this, we'll see the whole video, but I wanna show you in the curriculum, right? So baby, and then you freeze it. And now which predicate makes sense? So visualize, right? Baby is nursing from a bottle, the baby is crawling, or the baby is catching, all right? So you have to think about it. So babies nurse from bottles, right? That makes sense. The first one makes sense. The second one makes sense. The third one, a baby catching a ball. Okay, everything is frozen right here. They can see it. So it's not like it's off. It's not like it disappears as soon as it's produced. It's here, visually available, just like writing for hearing children. So grandma went to a deaf school. So here we would show this up. Grandma used to work at a school for the deaf, or a deaf school. So we're finding the tense, right? Grandma used to work at a deaf school before she worked at a deaf school. So we can play with syntax and language order. So can I pick this one up and move it down to the end? Grandma worked deaf school in the past. You can sign it differently. You can move it to the front. So before, grandma worked at a deaf school. So kids with this, they can move it around. They can visualize language, play with the language syntax, and therefore grasp more freely what it means and how to utilize the language. So grandma worked at a deaf school. What? How? You can't, right? So right, wrong answer. They must have both. They need to be able to experiment with the language as they go in order to learn it. Okay, what time is it now? 9:15? All right. So I want to go through a little bit of the curriculum, and then we'll go back to present a little more.
So right now, level 1, and then I'm going to show you level 2 in January. We're going to distribute level 2 in January. So this is what we have for the first level. And then you will be able to see it with ASL and English. Here are the different components. The anchor standards, numbers 1 through 8, and the baseline assessments. So you need to find out initially, where are our kids starting from? So you do that assessment, and then at the end of the year, you do a post-assessment evaluation at the end. And we've got to put our money where our mouth is. So you have to have proof at the end. Did it in fact show improvement in English and ASL skills or not? First, anchor standard number 1, that's talking about the components of sentences. Just basic ideas about structure. So here's the process. We have different benchmarks. We have 3, numbers 1, 2, and 3 here. And this is for building concepts in the first week. Different grammar rules, and then benchmark number 2 is you take those and you apply them to meaning. Articulate. We have to learn to articulate the grammar rules, explain them, and be able to express them and understand what they are and what they're for, and the tenses and all that. We have to be able to explain that themselves. And then the third one is applying what you've learned to the practice stage in English and sign language. So for step 1, it's different. We're just learning subject and predicate, and then we're learning grammar, and then by level 3, you have the complete concept where you can integrate all the different benchmarks together. So I'll open objective number 1. This is step 1, very simple. Show you how we start. Okay, the objectives there, everything is already set up in the lesson plans. And there's materials as well. If you need something, they're right here for you. Teacher's notes. Because sometimes the challenge is, the last time we thought about grammar in this basic of a level was back when we were in 5th grade, perhaps. And so sometimes we have to remember ourselves, okay, oh my God, what exactly is an adverb again? And then what's a preposition again? And, oh, wait a minute. I have to understand the subject and predicate so that I can teach it. So here we go, where you can review it yourself first before you teach it. So it has everything step by step laid out for you. And the first one, just ask kids to identify just one thing. Can you see the idea? Can you recognize the idea? Can you recognize who this idea is about? That's it. At the most basic, simple task, but we have to start from the beginning. So can the kid recognize, well, our internet's a little slow today, so it's going to look a little choppy, but who? That's it. We're just starting with who. Who are we talking about? So the structure of any idea, you have to start out with who or what are you talking about, what happened, or who has what, and a description of it. So we're focusing on just this first half of it first, or who or what we're talking about. Okay, simple, police officer. Who is this? I mean, yes, he's dancing, yes, you're right, it's a dancer, but the kids will say, oh, dancing, strange, wow, the body, there's something weird about his body. But actually, that answer's wrong. We want the kids to be able to filter out all the extraneous information and just focus on the most basic unit. Who is it? A man, just a man. Just that's the stage we're at, just a man, don't worry about everything else yet. So the problem is, it requires them to work hard because the kids really have so much they have to filter out and get down to the basic unit, just the first thing, it's a man, that's it. And then it'll help the kids start to see, okay, every idea has different components. And yes, of course, there are verb, adverb, all these things included in this already. Strange, yes, of course. What happened? Dancing, yes, it has all the components in this one picture. However, our job is to help the kids get through all these different parts and start with the first step, it's just a man, and understand the structure of how language is built upon itself, and then develop that internalized magic that happens when they can understand that. If they can understand the individual components, then they're good. If I can't help them understand that, the magic's not going to happen. And once they get it, oh, and then they can go all into, oh, he's crazy and he's dancing strangely. You can do that later, but at this stage, no, none of that is included yet. And I tell them, nope, let's get rid of all that. Get down to just the basic part. And that's the executive function. That's the hot topic now. You know, that's a big issue. Executive function means, okay, if the kid has strong executive function skills, it means it's a better predictor of their future academic success. It's a better predictor than socioeconomic status. It's a better predictor than their IQ. It's a better predictor than a myriad of other things. Executive function is the one essential thing that can predict academic success. If they have good executive function skills, that means they can have better memorization skills, better ability to predict, ability to filter out extraneous information. So if they have good skills in this area, they can do all three of those things at a higher level as well. Oh no, there's a fourth one too. We've got theory as well. That means, oh, I know what you're thinking. So 4 areas that can predict their academic success. Now, how many times in your classes have you seen a kid, okay, they're watching you as you're teaching, and then the kid right next to them is just tapping their foot incessantly. And it distracts the kid who's trying to pay attention. Stop it, I'm trying to pay attention to the teacher, you're bothering me. Hey, tell him to stop. And it's so distracting and disruptive, right? And it disrupts the whole entire classroom for 5 minutes as you tried to get that kid to stop tapping their foot. So at first, we're like, okay, what's wrong with that kid? Come on, why are they doing that? But what it means is those kids haven't had language experience growing up. They haven't had the experience of learning how to filter out these extraneous things that happen and actually focus. They don't know how to do that yet. They don't know which part of the information they're supposed to pay attention to and which they're supposed to ignore. Now here, as adults, we have the ability to do that. There's somebody having a little side conversation over here or there. We know just to ignore it. We're not going to look over there, eavesdrop on everybody and ignore the goal. No, we know to pay attention to the main thing that's happening. We know how to have conversations. You know, this morning we were having breakfast in the cafeteria and there was all sorts of stuff going on all over the place. But yet you could still attend to the person across the table from you and your conversation without having a breakdown, right? You are right. We can do that. We can do that. But our kids, because they grew up without that language exposure, they have not learned that yet. So they don't know, okay, which part of my environment am I supposed to pay attention to when? And which parts am I supposed to ignore? They don't know that yet. That skill comes from language exposure and language usage. So this experience right here on the screen I just showed you replaces that. There are so many things to pay attention to in this little gift here. Okay, there's, you know, the crazy movement and the dancing and the man and the clothes in the background, et cetera, et cetera. But it boils down to, okay, it's a man. And the kids are, okay, I want to talk about this crazy, strange man dancing. Okay, and I keep telling them, that's not it. They've got to hold all of that and just say, okay, it's just a man. Yes, that's it. They have to learn to filter all the rest of that out. And we have to do it 555,000 times for them to get it. If we have to do it that many times, we will. Here's another example. Woman's clapping, yes, but the point is that it's a woman. Dancing, yes, it's happening, but the point of this one is that it's a girl. And obviously, you can find other examples that are similar to these, but if you want them, they're already built in. I have them right here.
Okay, the internet's a little bit slow here. What time is it? 9:30. Okay. Okay, so while we're waiting for the internet to wake up, during the break, if you're curious about the curriculum, I will post my email address up here. Feel free to email me and I will send it to you. You know, I'll give you the pre-review license so that you can get in and look and play and you know, it's time limited, but the internet here isn't great, so I'm not sure how much I'll be able to access. So we're going to go back to the ASL vocabulary presentation now. Okay, so remember I was talking about allocation of time and resources. So when the internet's back, I can show you the grammar related to this. Second, there's another part that we were talking about, ASL vocabulary. So I can show you that. This afternoon, we'll move into ASL comprehension and then ASL composition. So this is part 2 of language instruction that happens in our program. So there's a template and about how we think about ASL instruction, right? English is really intentionally built. We have words, and there's a maximum number of words, right? I mean, we want to maximize their English vocabulary. We want to teach them as much as possible. We want them to have access to language, you know, but we have to be wise about what we're teaching, you know, what's going to buy them the most, right? What are we, you know, related to what we're talking about. So Kristen will talk a little bit about the English part, but for the ASL part, it's completely different. It's a different conversation. We're not trying to maximize. It's not, we're teaching them as many signs as possible. You know, there's not a target for how many signs they have to know. We're trying to help the kids get the same kind of experience that we got with our vocabulary building in English. But we want them to have the same experience in ASL, visual language, as we did in English. So the idea, you know, the kids who know, tier 3 and tier 4 words, and we think, oh, kids know them, and they tend to do well academically, right? They know words like transcendentalism. And if you know transcendentalism, oh, wow, you're probably going to do well. Good job. You know what you're talking about. You're going to do well. They've got that word. Omnipresent. Oh, wow, omnipresent. Ooh, they know that word, you know. That's word we'll use, you know, Friday night. Friday night when you're, you know, Tuscaloosa, you know, they're seniors. It's omnipresent, right? They're going to be talking about that. So they want to get a graduation date, you know. So transcendentalism. Oof, oh, great, you know. Ooh, omnipresent. Oof. You'd be a chick magnet if you got vocabulary like that, right? I mean, so the idea for us is there's nothing magic here. The word itself, they don't have magic. They're just vocabulary words, but how kids learn those words, how they know them, how do they know them? How them? Tell me. When you're a junior, you know, if you know transcendentalism, I mean, how do you know it? It's experience. Over here, what's your name? Haley, 5 points to you, Haley. Yeah, great. Put that down. We're gonna keep score now. Right? So it's about experience, that's all. But how do we replace the experience of a kid in English learning that and a kid who's using ASL learning that? We have to do direct instruction. We have to. but what are the things that we do with language as kids grow up that help us become good language users? And we want to repeat that. But how do we do that with vocabulary? And the first thing is to create a rich context. Kids growing up, you know, we have to give them, do we fool our children into learning language? Do we trick them into what they're learning and experiencing? No, we give it freely. And we have to do the same for deaf kids. So if we say the word mechanic, a kid who's three or four, mechanic, hey, that means, you know, what does that mean, the word mechanic? And so we tell them that's a person who works on cars. Or the kid will say, huh, mechanic. They hear mom and dad, they hear mom and dad talking about taking the car to the mechanic. Oh, and they're gonna charge me $500 for that to replace the transmission, and there's and also I have to have new brake pads and yada yada yada. They're talking about all these things, and they're thinking about the car, and they're, you know, having all these arguments. Mechanic, so maybe they don't know the word, but they know that it's somehow related to somebody fixing the car or something going on with the car. So my experience says that a mechanic must be something related to cars, right? Right, broken cars, right? That's rich, that's context, it's for free. We either say it to them, they ask us directly, or they're overhearing it. They're getting it by incidental means. So, but that's missing, it's lost to our deaf kids. So we have to teach them directly what that means and what does that mean for us. It doesn't matter our sign choice, it doesn't matter. It's important how we create that experience. And let me show you what we do. The word is struggle. That's first, definition, right? So maybe some kids know the word, maybe some other kids don't know the word. Does not matter. Our job is to repeat the experience. Struggle with vocabulary, that's what we do, right? So there's practice. So what does it mean? We have to develop good understanding. We have to develop the meaning of that. We have to create that. But how do we do that intentionally? How do we do that so that they have the full picture? So here's the definition. Struggle. It's a feeling or an action. So the first part is the intention. It's the category, right? So the idea of the word and then what underlies it. The other part is good information. We have to supply some information. Struggle is often associated with frustration and challenges. It's something that we want, but we don't know how to get there. It's going to be difficult. So there's the intention related to what? How do we connect it to something that the kid can relate to? And then the third part, it's something that requires a lot of effort. It requires hard work. It's something that's not easy to accomplish. It's not easy to approach. So if we develop good intention, then we have to give them the definitions intentionally, and then they're able to attach meaning to it. So Deb and Lynn, they have the PDF for the vocabulary, and we'll make sure that that is given to you. And we have the template of the structure. So, but I think I can share it through a Google Drive as well. I think I have it. I think maybe Lynn, maybe you already have it. Do you have it? Anyway, I'll give you the PDF after this so that you'll be able to see it and you'll have it. But what are the guidelines? It's the guidelines for the structure. So we'll go into this. It's about 4 minutes. Last week, I was in an exercise class. And I went to this class and I struggled. It really took a lot of work. I suffered through it. It was hard. So we need to create that experience where the kid gets the vocabulary, they have the definition, they have the context, and then based on this, are there any misunderstandings? You can't misunderstand, right? But you have to have a clear understanding of what the word means first, so that you can then apply it to larger contexts. So the kid maybe didn't understand the sign for struggle when they first arrived, but they can look at this and they get a clear understanding of the feeling and of what that word means. The intention is there. And this reduces. So then the next step is to introduce the abstract thoughts to give them the full meaning. So there's still more that they have to figure out. And here's another example. The teacher passed out the test. And when I received it, I realized, this was going to be a struggle, because I hadn't studied what I was seeing. So now in this structure, the word struggle is there, and it can mean what? It can mean what? Tell me what it means in this. It's going to be difficult. The test is going to be difficult. Yeah. Another, it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard. Both fit. Other meaning are not exactly related to struggle. What other things are there? Right? What it means the same as struggle. Tough. It's going to be tough. Tough. So all of these mean the same. All these words we're coming up with are similar to struggle, right? But it's not right. Suppose they came up with an answer that wasn't right. So if you struggle, does that mean you're going to fail? No, not necessarily. It means that in this context, the kids maybe say, ooh, struggle could mean that he's going to fail, and that's true. But there's a difference between this abstraction and the rich context that we had created before. And you can't misunderstand what they're saying here. There's context, rich context. And you can't misunderstand, but in this is abstract, and you can maybe misunderstand. Somebody could think, oh, well, he's going to struggle, that means he's going to fail, but not necessarily. So, and our kids need to be able to get to this place. So they have to have both that rich context where it's sort of mapped out for them, and then also understand the abstraction and the instruction so that they can get the gist. And maybe they don't understand struggle, but they can get the general idea. And that is based on experience. So we go through the same kind of thing every day. If a kid grows up and they see a sign, let me think of one. Oh, interesting, very interesting. So that's a Gallaudet sign. Sorry. Ooh, interesting. So maybe in that situation, I don't exactly know what it means, but if somebody shows up and decides they've got a new hairstyle, new makeup, something that they're doing, and they walk by and there are two friends noticing this person, and they look and they sign this, that. So then you, in your mind, you go, huh, what does that mean? That must mean something about about making new decisions, and maybe those decisions aren't so great. There's something about it. We get the response. We get that, and that work is critical. It's critical for our children to go through. So with that, they have to be able to do that. So we have to create an intentional experience, and we have to build to that abstract concept.
How are we on time? Okay, about 10 minutes left, all right. Okay, now we're working on antonyms. So what's the opposite of struggle? Give me some ideas. Just an easy one. Throw out, what's the opposite of struggle? Success, okay. Another one, easy, okay. Oh, yeah, no big deal, easy to do. Oh, I can't, totally possible, totally doable. Oh, smooth, oh, well experienced, oh, can easily progress. Yeah, there's a lot of things. We want the kids to build on that. And if they don't have a lot of sign vocabulary, this can help. Often, in English, we have a list of so many, and then ASL has such a limited list of things that we do, but no, you can practice developing vocabulary building in ASL as well. Here's one, no big deal. Oh, easy. Oh, walk in the park. Can you think of other signs that mean the opposite? What the video said. Now, synonyms. What are some synonyms for struggle? Throw out some. Challenge, a big challenge, sure. Frustration, sure. Trying over and over and over again, sure. Yes, there's so many, but the point is the kids need that opportunity to develop different sign word choices, words that mean the same thing. Suffering. Ooh, going through a lot. Oh, competition, challenge. Can you think of other examples that mean the same thing? Now, the next phase is the evaluation phase. Can the student use the word struggle appropriately? Okay. Saw a brief videotape. There's a baby bird who is struggling to hatch out of the egg. Okay, did I use it correctly? Thumbs up or down? Yes, it's correct, right? Saw the baby bird struggling. In high school, many kids showed up to look and see this boy struggling. No, that was not a good example. That didn't work. So the boys were fighting. Now, so if kids saw that and didn't understand the full meaning of struggle, they might think that. But so you need that chance to show proper and inappropriate examples so they can learn how to use it. There's a man in the waves of the ocean, swimming through the waves, struggling to swim, till finally got to the shore. Okay, that one works. My friend and I were struggling to text each other. I texted him many times and he didn't answer me. No, that doesn't make sense. That's ASL test. And I took it. It was so easy. I struggled through it and I finished. No, obviously, yeah, no. Deaf people have struggled to establish a language for everyone on TV, to have captioning for everyone on TV and computer videos. Here's the next one. Which of these can you use for the word struggle? So again, based on the meaning of struggle and using context, walk. Could we do walk, struggle? No, it tends to not be used that way. I mean, in a creative storytelling, yes, but not in this instance. Second example, run. It's kind of iffy. I mean, if the kid is telling the story. Okay, I have no legs. It's a struggle to walk. I mean, sure. Or struggle to run, then yeah, that makes sense. But in general, our goal is to understand something that matches with it immediately without having to stretch. Running 10 miles. Oh yeah, you could do that. Losing 30 pounds. Oh yes, that could be a struggle. Walking through the desert a long ways. Sure. Eating ice cream. No, unfortunately not. Eating 47 tacos. Oh, that would be a struggle. Yes. So the idea with this is to have, how many time? First? No, about 7 minutes left. Okay, real quick. Now, suppose our kids are doing well through this process, good ASL users, they're studying ASL vocabulary, they're progressing well. Then the next stage from that is analyzing signs. I want you to think about the sign itself and think about the structure of the sign and show an example related to struggle and succeeding. How would that look different? There's something there that you can use that relates to both those concepts put together. Okay, so we're talking about phonology, analyzing the phonology of the language. So the kids see different signs. They see the sign for struggle. They see the sign for success. So here's the hand shape, the one classifier, hand shape. But I'm trying to dig deeper with this. So struggle uses the classifier 1 hand shape, as does success. So can we understand what's happening with the meaning of those two things? Facial expression, true. That's true. But suppose we're thinking about the movement of these hand shapes. See, the repetitive motion involved in struggle, right? It's circular and repetitive. What do we know about repetitive circular signs? That means it's continuous, right? That means that struggle is ongoing. Success, what do we notice about the movement of that? It's fast and sudden, right? It just breaks apart. So kids can analyze it at that level. You can see that a struggle is a continuous process, but success is when you break through the struggle and you stop that circular process and you made it. And the same principle, 5 minutes? Okay, thank you. The same principle applies to big D deaf. To the classifier handshake. So in ASL, we have the classifier 1 handshake, and that can also represent a line of thought. For example, if I'm smart, meaning my line of thought is successful. It goes out into the world. Okay, if the two of us are agreeing, here's another example of the same classifier handshake. Okay, so my thought of what's going on and your thought of what's going on are parallel. They are agreeing with each other. They're the same. They're not conflicting. That's a sign for agreed. If I'm puzzled, my line of thought becomes crooked, so to speak. If I understand, see, that line of thought straightens out. Understand. If I really understand something very well suddenly, see, and here's another example with the same classifier handshake of talking, having a discussion, talking back and forth. So it's really thinking about the signs And here's a sign for thinking or wondering. See how that's a line of thought in my head? It's showing it up here at my temple, in my head. Wow, right? I mean, you can really get into this. There's so many different examples with just this one handshake. So we start with struggle. That's a line of thought that doesn't stop suddenly. It's a continuous struggle. Success, when you break through that line, you made it. So imagine if we let the kids have that kind of play with the structure of words, starting at the basic level, starting with the root of the signs. And hearing children, they study Latin roots for their English vocabulary. So what's wrong with studying the roots of the ASL vocabulary? It's the same idea. It's a parallel concept. So our job is to figure out how we can maximize this experience for our kids. So we need to think differently about it. And we also need accessible materials. I mean, you can't just everyone go out and individually invent all of this yourselves, right? We need a bank of information. So there can be 100 vocabulary signs that you can just press, boom, you have immediate access to them, they're at the ready. You can just apply it immediately. You have a grammar development curriculum, vocabulary development curriculum, everything, understanding, comprehension, everything just ready at your fingertips. So our job is that we hope we can distribute these materials. And this video will be accessible to you. I will make them accessible to you, and you can take it from there. So it's time now for a break. I know everyone's eyes and ears are tired. Thank you for bearing with me for this time. So we'll have a break. It's 15 minutes. So go have your little break, come back, and we will switch to our other presenter, Kristen. Thank you so much for your time.
turn it over to Dr. DePerry. Are we good?
Good.
Good.
All right. All right. There we go. Now I see it. This is awkward, not controlling my own presentation, and I feel like I'm in outer space doing this. Hopefully Todd's there. I don't see him, and I'd like to trust him, but I've learned from experience that he may. There he is. Yeah. Sometimes he's me there. All right. So I sat here, listening to the whole thing, which was always awesome. And I love, there it is. I keep changing what I'm seeing. I don't see the interpreter right now, so I want to make sure that the deaf folks will see the interpreter who are streaming. There she is. Good. Because I believe I'm seeing what anybody else zooming in is seeing. I want to make sure everybody else has access. Okay. All right. So I want to talk a little bit about foundational English. What that means in terms of vocabulary instruction, reading instruction, and writing instruction, just the basic foundations. Because I had so many experiences of failure as a teacher, it really helped give me better ideas of what would make sense when I went back to school and studied these things, because I was clearly not prepared. I tried to use curriculum that was given to me, and for the kids that could hear or had enough auditory access that did okay, they were okay. But for the many students I had that did not have that access, I was at a loss. I was not trained what to do. I wasn't sure what to do. There were no guiding principles out there to help me what to do. So I was a very frustrated teacher early on, because I wanted to do a good job like everybody else. So what I'd like to share with you today is built on my failure. So everything I show you is what I failed at, but what I failed at made me better, and it made my instruction that much better, and my ability to train other teachers and work with people and have better success. So that all that failure was a good thing. So what I'd like to look at first is, so we're going to look at, can you switch that, Todd? We want to look at that vocabulary one first. So that's the reading. You need to switch the presentation, Todd. You have the reading one on. We want to switch it to the vocabulary one. There we go. All right. So, and because we don't have a lot of time, I got to push through this because I want to make sure we cover it. We can't talk about grammar if students don't have independent abilities to recognize words. They can't work on grammar elements if they are constantly having their hand in the air to get help to know what words are. So when you think about, let's just back it up and think about just vocabulary instruction. When we're teaching vocabulary, think about your own kids. What are your students? What are the challenges that your students have when they're learning new vocabulary? So I'll ask you just for a minute, anybody, what are your challenges? What do you notice kids have when they're trying to learn new English vocabulary?
Did you hear that?
No, but I see one person saying spelling.
Spelling.
I didn't want to shout it out because, yeah, spelling, definitely. Yeah, we're going to talk about that.
Another person says they don't know the words. They can't sound out the words.
Can't sound out words. No tool to decode. Perfect. What else? What else are the challenges when you're trying to teach English vocabulary?
Working memory.
Working memory. Yep. Yep.
Background knowledge.
Yep.
They don't know the definition.
Categorize words. Excellent. We could go on and on and on. These challenges are the same for everybody. So this is going to be a problem. And as Todd was talking about earlier, you know, if everybody has disconnected approaches to learning vocabulary and instructing it, the kids are not going to leave school having a very broad vocabulary at you know, their fingertips to use. So this is a huge issue. And we know that question number 2, if kids have a limited word recognition ability, their skills are grossly underdeveloped, this is going to hamper their reading comprehension. So this is a serious issue. All right. So next one, Todd. Next slide.
I'm on.
Next slide. There we go. All right. So we want to look at 4 basic principles. So again, my interest, when I went back to do a doctorate, my interest was not, and I was so sick of people arguing, and what I wanted was answers. I wanted answers to help my kids now. I didn't want philosophy. I didn't want more battles. I wanted to know, how does the brain work? Because if I know how the brain works, then I can apply it to whatever group of kids I'm working with. Because we certainly have evidence that deaf people have become PhDs without ever hearing one sound and without ever using English phonology. So clearly it works. So that's what I want to know. I want to know, how does the brain work? And if I can get that, I can take a hold of that information and use it for instruction. So we have to know how the brain stores words in long-term memory. We have to think about our teaching approach. How do we introduce words? What's the process? We have to think about, which words do we pick? Because they're all good, but we literally do not have enough time with them. And then we have to prove it. How do you assess kids and prove the words you have been working on are actually moving into long-term memory? Because that's the gold standard. That's the key. That's what we're aiming for. Okay, Todd, next one.
So I just want to clarify, the slideshow you're seeing is not the one that I'm controlling, just so you know.
The internet's one.
So you're seeing it controlled by Jason? Zach, who's, the internet is a little bit slow, so it's going to be a tiny bit of delay.
Okay. And also, some of the slides won't be on the ones that people are streaming at home, because I had to take out some personal slides of people that I don't want to share. So there will be a couple of gaps there. So let's just back it up here for a second. So when we think about hearing kids and going to school and learning vocabulary, so when we talk about in the elementary ages, they're not learning vocabulary. You know, science and math, those content areas, sure. But in English, to learn to read and write, they're not learning vocabulary per se. What they are working on is how to crack this phonological code of English. And it's not easy, because the problem is there's too many sounds. 44 of them. But there's only 26 letters. And trying to map that onto it takes quite a number of years, which is why the state standards have that so robust in the beginning levels that people have to work and work and work on that. Well, that's just super awesome if you can hear. That's not so great if you can't hear and are not going to be able to access that to learn to encode and decode words. So that leaves us out in terms of those kids that need a different approach. Okay, next one, Todd. Yeah, doesn't look like what should be the next slide. Can you show me the next one, Todd? Remember-
Next one has arrows, the animation.
Oh, yeah. For some reason, it's out of sequence, right? Yeah, go to the arrows one and we'll come back to that. I'm not sure where that went out. Yeah, nope, that's not the right. Okay. The one with the arrows, you know, remember we were talking this morning, Todd, about the comparing deaf and hearing kids as they go through.
Yep. This one, the one that you're talking about, that's up in the room here. The internet's a little bit slow, so.
Yeah, that's not the same one though. I need you to use the one that I shared with you, because the one that they're seeing, that's the one. There you go. There. What? Oh, good. You know why? That's what I need to see. What I'm seeing is on the internet, and it's the ones that are missing. Good. Okay. Wow. I'm watching two different things going, wait, what?
You weren't watching the one that I'm controlling.
Right. So it was off. Okay. What was the slide right before that, Todd? And one more before that. Perfect. Okay, good. I'm not going crazy. Good. All right. Next one. I'll give you a second to take a look at this slide. All right. So just so we can take a look at it and really consider from the deaf child's point of view, because this is what we have to do if we're going to change anything, and to stop trying to tweak materials to fit deaf kids, because that has just not worked. We have to look at this, whatever the thing is, from that deaf kid's perspective, who is not using English to decode and encode. If they are, awesome, push them, move it. But if they're not, we've got to have a different way. So we want to compare these two groups, these two kids for a minute. The hearing kid who is born into English completely, has access all the time, goes to school, and is going to learn to write the word hat, H-A-T, hat. Compared with the deaf kid, and for our purposes here, we want to look at that child who has not been born into, has been born to hearing parents, is not, people are not signing with the child. They may have another home language. The child does not have access to language except at school. So thinking about these two kids. All right, the goal is we want them to learn how to write and read the word hat, H-A-T. Very concrete, very super simple. Okay, all right, Todd, first one. So the hearing child is born and he hears the word hat in so many, I can't, how many, hundreds, thousands, how many contexts before he hits kindergarten. And he doesn't just hear the isolated word hat. He hears it in context, surrounded by language. That hat is blue. You need a hat. My hat is warm. That has a new hat. Tons and tons and tons of different experiences with the word hat. All right. Then the next step. That brain takes that word hat that he's heard in context many, many, many times and categorizes it and attaches the auditory memory of the word hat. So now you've got that auditory memory in long term combined with the word, and it's stored in there because they've heard it so many times. It's in there rock solid. Okay, next one. Child goes to kindergarten. They start learning that alphabetic principle, which is going to take years to get really good at, and is able to encode ha, ah, t, hat, and write it out. Fairly simple, fairly straightforward. Not all words are easy for hearing kids, certainly, but that's a very easy one. So it's a nice streamlined approach that just follows what they've already known and builds on it. Now let's look at the deaf child's experience trying to learn to spell the word hat. And again, we're going to take this child that is not born into a language accessible environment. So think of this kid. So clearly a deaf child is going to see a lot of different hats all around them in different contexts, birthday hats, winter hats, you know, whatever the hat is. But they have no label, and they certainly have no auditory word for it, no sounds to attach, but they have an idea of this thing that covers your head, and there's a lot of different forms of it, certainly. So they also, unlike the hearing kid, there's no access to lots of context of seeing this word used in multiple ways. All they have is the isolated idea of hat in different ways, but nobody's labeled it. Nobody's put it with language. Next one. The child finally gets, 5 years later, gets to go to school and now starts to learn ASL. Someone says, oh, this thing that we call, you know, we put on our head, it's called a hat. And they show them the sign. No English yet. Here's the sign for hat. Now the brain has something to encode. They are able to put that idea, that concept of hat, and now they have a label for it. Again, no auditory sound is connected, but they have that categorized now. So that's good. All right. Now the child is going to start to learn how to read and write the word hat. However, because they are not able to access the sounds of English, they have to learn it as a whole word. They have to learn the sequence of letters. They have to get that and see that many, 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 many times until it finally gets stored. They have to practice spelling. And we're going to talk about spelling because spelling is a nightmare. If you think about spelling in terms from a deaf child's point of view, it looks like you took a can, put a bunch of letters in and spilled out and just formed letters. There's nothing, it's just a random bunch of letters in a line. There is no rhyme or reason to them often, especially when they start, because they can't sound out. There's nothing attached to those letters. So it takes a long time. Finally, they are going to take, and we're going to see how many times it takes. They're going to take X number of times to experience that word in print, so seeing it, until it gets stored in long-term memory. So the process, people think, oh, you know, we could just add sign language and finger spelling and kids will get it really quickly. That's not how it works. The deaf child has to go through many more steps to get these things. Not because he's not cognitively able, but because he doesn't have access to the language and he doesn't have a system of instruction that's going to be catered for his visual needs. So it's going to take a lot longer. So we want to look at brain storage. How does the brain store words? Because that's going to be a key factor. And I warn you, once you know this, there's no going back. So if you don't want to know this, don't watch. Because once I found this out, it changed everything for me in terms of teaching vocabulary. For the better, but it was a real wake-up call, which I had no idea about. So traditional, typical vocabulary instruction follows this sequence that you see on the screen. I'll give you a second to look at it. Right, this is what I did. So again, I'm sharing exactly what I did from teachers who told me this is how you're supposed to teach words, because I had no idea. I looked at the books that people had and they were all spelling books, and that didn't seem like that was, I didn't want to teach my kids the words, whatever their spelling lists were on. They needed to learn how to, spell cat and eat and play and go in those words. And that was not what everybody else was working on in the hearing classrooms. So the traditional teaching of vocabulary, every week the teacher I pick 10 words, either from a theme that I had or a book that we were going to work on. All good words, all words they needed to know, no bad words. Kids would define the words, spell the words, do all the work they have to do with the words. On Friday, we'd have a test. Then we were done with it. Off they'd go, never to be looked at again, probably until, and then we started a new list on Monday. That's just a traditional approach everybody uses. And again, as Todd mentioned, everybody just has their own set of where they pull words from. There's no system, there's no connection. Every teacher, and I had this happen at one school, could teach the same, the word. I remember being in an IEP meeting and the mother was really ticked off. She said, they teach the word pumpkin. My kid's in 6th grade. They've taught the word pumpkin for 6 years now. He still doesn't know it. And I'm like, yeah, and here's why. And we're going to talk about that. So this is an example. This slide is an example of theme words and classic. I mean, most people do. It's not that it's bad. It's just that it's going to be unproductive. And that's what the problem is. These are great words. These are great November words. However, there's a problem. And let's see. So my first year of teaching, I'm already a month in and I'm noticing that the kids aren't remembering the words. And I'm teaching middle school and I had a lot of them, a lot of kids. So I was very frustrated. I'm like, why aren't they remembering? They were obviously bright kids. Why weren't they remembering them? And I was doing everything I could to make it accessible and fun and all that happy stuff you're supposed to do. And I loved it until they didn't remember them. And that made me crazy. So I did not know why. I'd ask people and they're like, well, yeah, I can't, whatever silly reasons they were giving me that didn't help me. So I decided there was this approach at the time that was very, very popular called the language experience approach. And the idea was, whatever word you're teaching, the kids really got to experience it, whatever you can do with it, and then they'll get it. I was like, ugh, okay. So October, that first week, one of my words I had theme. It was kind of like that slide you just saw. I had theme words. And one of the words was pumpkin. So I'm like, all right, I'm going to try this approach on the word pumpkin. So I bought pumpkins for everybody. And we did everything you could with a pumpkin, carved it, made pie, kids, threw seeds at each other and they did everything, you name it with their pumpkins. At the end of the week, that wasn't the only word. We had 9 other words, but at the end of the week, everybody got an A. They all did great. Yay. The next Monday, I started a new list. We did not see the word, they did not see the word pumpkin again in print until 1 month later, because it didn't come up in any of the other books we were doing or whatever words I picked. So for me, I taught it. We did great. They were fine. So we were reading a book, a simple book. And one of the sentences was Mom made pumpkin pie. So I thought, oh, finally, vindication here. If this works, I don't know how I'm going to sustain it, but hopefully, So this little girl, it was her sentence. So she's reading away and she signs, Mom made, and then she stopped. And I'm thinking, is this dramatic pause to make it even better? Like, yay, look at where. No, she stopped because she didn't remember what the word was. So I'm looking at her going, what? That is impossible that you cannot remember that. We did everything we're supposed to do with that word based on best practices of research. I did it. I followed it. It didn't work. So I'm looking at her and she's giving me this. So I'm looking at the other kids and I'm like, help her. What's the word? Nobody remembered. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. This can't, I was about to burst into tears and I'm not a crier, but I'm like, I don't know what else to do now. So I said to her, look at it again. What do you think it means? And she said, Todd, you can click it. She said, I've never seen that word. And I thought, 2 things. She's either trying to really make me upset or, which was a lie because she's one of the sweetest kids I ever knew. And that was not her way. Or she, honest to God, her brain said, I don't remember seeing that word. And now I think I did go home and cry. Again, I'm not a crier, but I'm out of frustration. I'm like, I'm a first year teacher. I'm all excited. This is what I want to do. And I don't know what to do. And I don't know why they didn't remember. And that bothered me. And everybody I asked said, well, you know, that, whatever their reasons were that were not reasons. And that's when I decided I'm going to, after I get some experience, I'm going to go back to school and I want answers to questions. And I had a long list of questions I wanted answers to, real answers that would help teachers in the future and change instruction to actually have an impact on kids, because that's why we're doing it. So one of the things I learned when I went back after 12 years of teaching, and I taught preschool up through middle school and also tutored high school and adult. So I had the gamut. Because nothing bothers me more than people that stand up and tell you what you should do with your deaf kids in your classroom and have never taught kids. Yeah, I don't have a lot of time for that. And that waste of, gee, give this a try. They're not guinea pigs. I'm not giving anything a try. That doesn't work. So here's what I learned about brain, how the brain stores words. For humans, again, I don't care who. I want to know how the brain works. The idea, the basic idea is, if you want to learn a new word in any language, no matter what the language is, you have to experience that word or sign, it's sign language too. It's sign language too. Whatever the word, that lexical item is, you have to experience it in context. So you have to see it, hear it, read it, whatever it is, in a sentence, just like the kid who was hearing all those things with my hat in lots of sentences until it finally gets in that brain. You have to have it at least 25 to 75 times. Now that number is based on language intact humans. So that's for humans who are born into a language environment where they have full access. So they're able to build language in a regular way. That number does not represent how many times it's going to take a language deprived kid to get a word. That number is going to increase exponentially. And if you add on deaf with disabilities, you can expect that number to go up even higher. So this is what I mean. Once you know this, if you didn't block your eyes or ears, there's no going back now, because it's not about opinion. It's not about philosophy. It's how our brains were designed. And it's really a good thing, because we're, like Todd was talking about, we are bombarded constantly with stuff. The brain only wants to have patterns and organizations that make sense and that are usable. It's got to be able to say, oh, I keep seeing this word and I keep getting it. I'm going to hold on to it because clearly it means something to you. And that's how it sticks in there. But if it doesn't see it continually over time, it's lost. And that's what happened. There wasn't anything wrong with the kids' brains when they didn't remember pumpkin. They simply didn't see it enough times after that initial week. So the brain went, let's not be important, dropping pumpkin out. Right. And I mean, I think of when I studied the SAT back in high school, you take the SAT, you had those long lists of words you had to study, or that word for the word a day calendar. I love those until you get to January 17th and you're like, nah, I don't have time for this, because you don't use it enough and you don't see it enough. That's the problem. So here's an example to help you know. If I show you this word, and I said, I don't know what this word is. Let's say I'm from another language and I asked you, somebody, so the woman right in the front there with the blue that said spelling, I don't know what this word is. Don't tell me a sign. Can you define that word for me? What does that mean?
Something from cow, something from a cow that you can drink or pour over cereal, maybe.
Is it yellow?
Oh, no, it's white.
Right. But you see how obviously you can clarify and be like, no, not that thing. No, it's this thing. Right. But you can clearly take it out of your head and go, oh, here's the definition. All right. The next word, what's your name?
Haley. Her name is
Haley. Thanks. Haley, how about the next word?
You already had 5 points, so.
Oh, good. Now she's up to like 50. What's the next word, Haley? Define this one for me.
Ooh. I don't know.
All right, Haley, pick somebody else to help me out here. What does that word mean?
I'm gonna pick this person.
I've never seen before.
What's your name?
Terry.
Terry is also not familiar.
Good. Terry, keep pointing to somebody else. Somebody has to tell me what this means. I'm lost.
What's your name? What's your name?
Monica.
Monica also.
All right, Monica, point to somebody else.
What's your name?
Jenny.
Jenny's also.
Jenny.
Club.
All right. So, I mean, we could keep going. The idea here is, and I can see you. So if you're on your phone right now, surreptitiously trying to type in this word to see what it means, don't even try because we've stopped already. But it's a real word. The reason that most of us are like, I don't know what that is. I've never seen it. I guarantee most of you, if not every single person, and not most of you, I guarantee every single one of you have seen this word. I guarantee it. But like pumpkin, you have not seen it enough times where your brain has held on to it and gone, oh. And people think, oh, it's the big long words. Those are the hard ones. No, they're not. It has nothing to do with length of word, number of letters. It has everything to do with how many times have you seen this word used in context until your brain goes, I know what that means, and sticks it in long-term memory and leaves it there.
We had
It's
another-
just-
We
Yep.
do have a person in the room who knows the definition of the word ilk. We do.
Well, who is it? Because there's always one. Yeah, or two.
If you add an S, then it would be silk, so I know.
Oh my God.
Make it a known word.
Elaine from Arkansas said, all you have to do is add an S.
Yeah. You can't add stuff. You can't make it your own way. That's not how it works. But it is true. If we added another letter, we could make a totally different word. However, of course, there's always someone in it. And again, it has nothing to do with how smart or what. It has to do with how much you read, how much, are you interested in reading? My husband has 4 degrees. He hates reading because he's dyslexic. But he, for this word, is like, I don't know. So it has nothing to do with how bright you are. It's simply, have you seen the word used enough time or heard it? That's all it is. Same thing in sign language, in any sign language in the world. If you don't see the lexical item enough times, the brain will not hold on to it. So let's look at the sign language example. So let's say I'm learning sign language. All right. And I'm this first sign. Somebody give me the definition. Somebody else. Todd, pick somebody else to give me. I don't know what this means. Don't tell me the English word. Give me the definition.
It's an animal that walks on 4 legs.
Oh, a dog?
No, it's a cat. It's like a dog, but with more attitude.
A dog with more attitude. Yeah. Obviously, you guys could define that with no problem. That's a very basic entry level, easy one we're going to see lots of times. How about the next one? I have to play that again, Todd. So the handshake, and it's not a swear word, as some people will think it is. But that one is more tricky for people to identify, especially hearing people, obviously. How come? Why is that one more difficult?
I haven't seen it before.
Don't know what it is. Right, like the English word ilk, you haven't seen it. If you haven't seen it used, there's no way for the brain to hang on to this idea of the meaning of the word. So that's a problem. And this is just basically how the brain works. Again, if you take out of opinion and philosophy and focus on what the brain does, we can get so much more done. So next one.
It means incredibly quickly, occurring with rapid speed. Like if you gave someone a question and they answered before you were done answering, before you're done asking, it would be like that very, very fast.
Immediately. All right, next one. So now this, like I said, once you know this, there's no going back. If it means to get words into long-term memory, which is our goal as teachers, if the kids have to see it many, many times in a sentence before, and you can practice certainly word recognition rapid too, but in a sentence until the brain makes its own category and goes, I got it. I know what that means. How you pick words is going to change because you now no longer have that luxury of just teaching, this list and that list. Like those words before, that theme word of, squirrel and whatever, they're great. But if the kid's not recognizing play and eat, I'm not gonna waste my time on squirrel. I'm not a big fan of them anyway, but again, I'm just not gonna work on those words first. I'm gonna be more proactive in building words that make sense, but you're never gonna find this in the hearing world of vocabulary because the kids are working on phonology. So when I was writing this manual of foundational stuff, this bedrock manual, I said, all right, I want to come up with a list of words that teachers can start with. So kids who are entry levels starting to learn English, they have enough ASL that they are communicatively competent. That's starting place first. Once they're there, I said, all right, I've got to make a list. So here's how my thought process went. Here's 3 words. If I can only pick one word, which word to a language deprived kid who's just starting out, which word is going to be the most concrete, the easiest word for that kid to understand?
Arm.
Arm. What's wrong with art? Art's a nice word.
It's abstract.
It's abstract. There are many different meanings. Often kids will think art means that room they go to make stuff. And what's wrong with R? R's a wonderful word, A-R-E.
That's even abstract.
It's even
So this is a word where deaf kids speak. I didn't hear what that was, sorry.
Even abstracter.
Abstractor. Yeah. No, this is a word where deaf kids, when the teacher presents the word R, is when deaf kids start to learn to check out and wonder what you're serving for lunch because it doesn't make sense.
Yes.
You went from, a word like arm and now you say, R, here's the sign. And the kid says, what does it mean? And you say,
I don't know.
nothing. English. That's a non-answer. Imagine if you were in college and the teacher, put a word on the board and you raised your hand and said, what does that mean? And the teacher said, yeah, nothing, but you should learn it. We'd all be going, what, are we paying your salary? I mean, what? That doesn't even make sense. But this is exactly what happens. Now, do they need the word R? They sure do. Just not from the get-go. This is not the time to teach it. We actually in level 2 of our bilingual grammar, there's a huge unit on state of being where kids have built foundation and they understand where it goes. They understand why it goes there and how to use it. It takes work and it's not like, oh, so simple. It's not, it takes time, but it builds and it makes sense. So next one. So this is, if you looked it up, think about a kid's head. We think about a kid's head. We want them to be able to in the beginning, to build this bank of words initially, where when they see that word, they have a visual representation that's similar. So that's how I picked words as much as I could. Some, I needed, but that's basically how I started. Concrete words, short words, and words that I could use over and over that I'm also going to use in the reading portion to get them going. This is as appropriate for the 5-year-old as it is for that kid who's 14. We live up here near Boston. We get kids that come into schools from other countries, having never been in school, having not had language access to any language. This would be a starting place for them as well. So it's not grade level, it's developmentally designed, and that's the idea. So the basic instruction is we show the concept first. So if I want to teach the word cat, did Todd leave the building? There he is. All right. I can't see him, so I can't trust that he's still there. All right. There it is. So I used to, it's like everybody, start with English word backwards. We start with the concept first. Here's a picture. Everybody know what this is? Let's talk about it. Who has one? You got scratched? Oh, what do you put on it? Whatever. Talk about it. Good. Now, here's the sign for it. We give you a label. This is what it is. Dead last comes the English word. So that kids have full access to develop these concepts and connect to its secondary language, an English word, rather than inverting that whole process and starting at the most difficult point. We invert it. And again, not rocket science to most people. Most people do that anyway, but so that's the idea. So that first year that I had put in the Bedrock yearbook was very concrete words. There are no function words. There's no the, the, of, is, all of those are omitted. They will come later because they are grammar words. And our goal is that everything makes sense. I never want the kids sitting there going, huh? What? I don't, what? We don't, it's got to be conceptual all the time, meaningful all the time. So you can skip this one. We're going to move it along here. So keep going because I want to get to the reading part. Let's look at spelling for a minute though. So one of the problems you guys mentioned was spelling. Spelling's hard. Spelling's hard to retain. So let's see what the problem is. Because, gee, they have fingers. They get to use finger spelling. Where's the breakdown? And again, we want to come from the deaf child's point of view and think from their point of view what they're looking at so we can change up instruction to make it work. When a deaf child looks at a word, there's no phonological cues to help them decode it and then encode it and link up to that auditory memory. So that's not there. There's no syllables to try to activate. There's no link. There's nothing that exists as they look at that word and try to remember the spelling and hold on to it. So, all right, next one, Todd. Like I said, for a deaf kid, a visual deaf learner, when he's trying to learn the spelling sequence of a word, it literally looks like someone took a can of letters, spilled them out, and just arranged them and made a word because there's no sounds attached. So imagine you're a deaf kid and you're trying to learn the meaning of the words, attaching a label, and now you got to learn how to spell them. This is what a list of words would look like to you. And again, I mean, they're not, I picked little short words. They would represent real words, but I'm obviously changing them so that you can have that visceral experience that a deaf child has when he looks at that Monday list of words and goes, huh, okay, I have to now memorize the sequence of the letters of each word I got to learn. Okay, next one. Imagine today's word is this one. I think it's 9 letters. Imagine the teacher is working on this word. So take that away for a second, Todd. Now, if I asked you, whoever gets all 9 letters, and if you're not looking at the slide, so I don't trust anyone there. Now, I don't know who's got that, but it'd be really hard for somebody to be like, oh, it's I can't even do it, and I wrote it, and I've seen it 1,000 times. I still don't remember the sequence because my brain won't hold on to a random series of 9 letters. That's the problem, and that could be the word Wednesday. Okay, Todd. Right? Same number of letters, 9 letters. So this is a problem. We have got to give kids who are deaf and not using phonological English a visual way to remember spelling that's going to help them. And again, we go back to the idea that the brain likes patterns and it likes chunks of things. It doesn't like series of many things in a row, and it says, I'm not remembering that because that's ridiculous. Give me chunks. I want that. So that's what we did. And we said, now, instead of helping kids or expecting kids to spell words and look at individual letters, we're going to break it into chunks, but we're not breaking it into chunks that are based on sound. We're going to break it into chunks the way the hand moves. So these are motoric chunks, if you will. It's not real finger spelling. Okay, so there are some guidelines for us. The way we're going to chunk a word, we're going to look at if the word has a double letter, that's a chunk. Like O, E, L, M, that's a chunk. If the word has the hand just snaps nice, like SH, NG, TH, CH, PH. It's the snap of the wrist. That's a nice little chunk, a motor memory chunk we can remember. So let's look at it. Next one, Todd. So here's the word cheese. Way too many letters, random assortment of letters in a line. So we want to chunk this to make the spelling retention easier. So what's the first chunk that makes sense? CH, because it's a nice snap. Yep. Todd. There it is. Punishing me for not coming down there. I know it. What's the next chunk? EE. Yep. And what's the last one? SE. So now you have, instead of 6 random letters, the brain has a way to grasp onto a snap, a double letter, and a rest of the hand, the palm heading in front. Now you just practice it fast, back and forth, and I'll say to the kids, all right, who thinks they can spell this really fast? And what's the last chunk? What's the first chunk? What's the middle chunk? Back and forth, until finally put them all together and spell that word for me. And they do it. And now it takes practice, but it works. Again, it's not like real finger spelling. The deaf kid would never grow up and go to a party and ask for, a glass of wine and some CH, EES. I mean, they wouldn't do that. They would, do it the right way. This is simply to help them remember the sequence of letters. That's it. So how about the word algebra? How would you chunk that to make it better for remembering the spelling sequence? AL, nice chunk, nice snap. Yep. GE, because it pulls back, another snap. Yep. And BRA, and if you're teaching middle school, you wait until the boys stop laughing because it's so hilarious.
Right, exactly.
But it's much easier. Only 3 chunks. Much easier now. How about liquid? LI. QU. ID. Yep. Much easier to remember this spelling sequence now. Now you've taken it and put it into something that the brain can hold on to. You've taken letters and you've connected it with some motor memory. But they have to practice it because it's not like one and done. Like everything, if the brain doesn't keep practicing it until it's got it, it will lose it. So this works for you have to decide the chunks though. Don't let the kids do it because they'll be like, I like this chunk. Don't. You have to break it up for them. But it does work. have another workshop on showing some mnemonic devices with it that work so good. We just don't have the time in this one. So this now brings us to the last part. Prove it. Prove that the words that you have taught are stored in long-term memory. Because if they're not, guess what? You wasted your time. You wasted their time. Nobody wants that. And that's, I did all the time because I didn't know. And we don't know. We're not trained that way in schools. We're not trained in many things to know that, well, wait, I taught it. I did my part. Yeah, well, there's more to it that we didn't get trained on. So how do we prove it? How do we prove that the words you're teaching are getting stored? Here's the problem. Most of us test on Fridays or whatever your testing day is for your, the words you've worked on that week. And that's good. That's a good test of short-term memory. Did they retain what they worked on all week? They should. I mean, if you've worked on it enough, and teachers do, that by Friday, most kids should pass it with no problem, unless they haven't studied or haven't done the work. However, that's only a test of short-term memory. That does not tell you if that word has been seen enough time that it's in long-term memory. So the game changer for me, and when I work with different schools, is the teachers do a cumulative test on their vocabulary. So whatever words you're teaching, if you've committed to making sure that they're seeing the words enough times, this is an example of a weekly test. The kids tested, so the words are on the left in the column. And they have 3 tests. They have to sign the word, so they would see the word on a card or a laptop, whatever the teacher was using. So they'd see the word, and the word, I. So they see E-Y-E, and they sign, I. Good. They'd also have to point to the word. So the teacher signs the word I, and here's the list of English words on the board. The kid points to it. So expressive, receptive, and then they have to spell it. So 3 tests for that weekly test. But the cumulative test is the game changer. That's the one that tells you as the teacher which words need more work. So once a month, and if kids are little, you can do it every 2 weeks to see how they're doing, or every 3 weeks, depending on your kids, what's going to work. You put the words that you've worked on a laptop, 1 word per slide, and you click through it one-on-one with a kid. It's rapid. They have 3 seconds to see the word and to give you a sign, or spoken English. You can certainly do it with spoken English kids too. If they finger spell it because they don't know the sign, you have to ask, well, okay, fine, but tell me what it means. If they just finger spell because they don't know, it's wrong. So that will tell you, okay, here I have 7 words out of these 20. That child is still not storing in long-term memory. I got to keep putting them into my reading work, which we're going to talk about next, or seeing it in other ways, or more practice and centers and stuff. But that will give you a chance to really see inside your students' brains, see what they need. We published a paper on this in the American Annals of the Deaf on the efficacy of this. So research-based, it works. And that's why it works, is because the kids have to see it again and again. So I know I'm flying through this, but I want to stop for a couple minutes before we move on to reading and see any questions or any comments you want to make.
Question?
So do you get the same words every week if they don't pass, or how do you use those?
Did you get the question?
Yeah, I'm watching the interpreter. Just waiting for her to finish. Yeah. Yeah. So if you've worked on like 10 words you've picked, and again, the words that I chose for the first year are doable. Cat, go, eat, play, mom, dad. This is not, crazy words. These are words that kids naturally will learn. They're not hard. They want to learn them. They're in their environment. We've never had a problem. If the kids are having a problem, there may be other things going on, but after the week of doing them, you know, if they're missing all of them, something's wrong. Something's not right. Because those kind of words shouldn't be a problem unless there are other, you know, issues. But you may have some kids where you're like, you know what, 10 is too many. I've got to bring it down to 5 and go from there. Only you will know as the teacher. And that's why it quickly is going to become more individualized. And that's like, you know, people don't want to hear that because it's like we're already stressed enough as teachers trying to meet everybody's needs. But it's language. It's how language works. You know, we don't have nice little groups of kids where everybody's kind of on the same page. They're all over the place, which makes it really hard for teachers trying to meet everybody's needs. Any other questions or comments? You guys all still okay there? It's always hard to process and make sure everybody's all right. All right, so that's basic vocabulary. Now let's look at reading. Talking about the process of learning how to read. And again, I had a lot of questions because I was not doing a good job. Kids were not getting better at understanding what they read. They were really good at signing and identifying each word, but they weren't reading. So this is a really good chart for you to bring, especially if you teach preschool or kindergarten, to give to parents. Start parents off understanding what we're up against. Because no matter if you have the best school on the planet and the best teachers, you still can't get that deaf child who's language deprived to grade level reading if they're not getting any language access at home. It's impossible physically because you don't have them enough time. You don't have it in front of you enough of the time. They're outside, they're away from you too much. So this pie chart represents 1 year of a child's life, a year. When you do the math of that year, you only have 25% of an entire year in school. 75% is outside of school. And we know that 25%, you have to do other things like math and science and social studies. And, you know, God forbid a pandemic like COVID comes along and just tears this chart up and throws it out. But this is what it looks like. This is what we're up against. So we have to be so choosy in what we choose and pick to do for instruction. So again, I went back and I wanted answers. I did a lot of coursework on reading and how the brain works and how it processes ideas. And then the intersection of ASL and how that changes things up and what happens. But the key is reading is an active process. You're actively constructing meaning. We all are. That's how reading works. We know that. But I'd love to ask you, how many times have you sat in front of deaf kids that you're doing a reading lesson and you see that glazed over look where you know there's no way they're understanding what they read. So you're telling them a lot of the words. That's not active. That's passive. That's what I had my whole first year of teaching. That's all I saw for most of them. I'm like, well, this doesn't work. Again, didn't know what else to do. So we're going to skip this too because it takes too long. Keep going, Todd. All right. So for reading instruction, we have 2 basic goals with signing kids. First of all, we have to make sure they can identify all those words in a sentence we're going to ask them to read. I'm going to show you an activity that works for that. The second thing is we have to give them a way to look at that line of text in English and then think about the ASL equivalent, what it means. So to translate it, we have to show them that this line of text you can't just map signs on top of it. That's what I did. I was in a very strong signed English only program in graduate school, as was everybody else at the time, that said to teach reading, you must teach kids to map each single word into a sign. But language doesn't work that way. I could do it, but the kids wouldn't understand it because language doesn't work that way. It breaks the universal rules of how language is set up. So, next one. So this guy is a deaf graduate student of ours who's graduated, big deaf family, named Carrie Ballard. So he was in a literacy class I teach for Boston University in our master's program. And we were talking about these things, and he came up with this metaphor, and it was beautiful. So comparing this idea, because people will often say things like, well, English, the sentences are full, but ASL leaves out a lot of stuff. Yeah, that's not how it works. That's not true. What happens is you don't see it articulated the way in signs. And it's just not that, it doesn't leave out anything. It shows it in a different way. But both forms fully represent whatever that particular meaning is. So he has a beautiful example for his metaphor of what he came up with to compare a line of print and its translation into ASL. So take a look at that.
I'm going to
Please
show
say, oh, okay, go ahead.
between ASL and English. So if you're reading English, it looks like this chord here. It's very linear. The words are in a row. But in ASL, it looks like I have the chord here. See, it's rich. Things are happening simultaneously. So ASL has more than one thing happening at the same time. And in English, it has to happen sequentially.
Right. So he came up, and this was his idea, a beautiful metaphor to say, nothing's been omitted. Nothing's left out. It's simply articulated a different way. So, the idea of people will say, well, ASL doesn't have the word the and a, like the chair, a chair. Well, if it didn't, then we could never differentiate between give me the chair and give me a chair. You couldn't do it. But we know we can, because ASL marks those two articles with indexing, with other linguistic factors. So that's not a point is valid. It has everything that English does. It's just another language that does it in a different way. However, there's more. So 3 basic facts about reading comprehension that we have to pay attention to as we do our instruction. The first one we just were talking about, the rule, again, not philosophy, not, well, that's your opinion. This is how the brain works with language. You cannot take a sentence in any one language, no matter what it is, a sign language, whatever, a spoken language. You can't take a sentence in that language and try to map it exactly onto a sentence in another language by trying to transliterate it word by word and make a sentence. That's not how it works. The second thing, reading, the brain requires 2 things. It needs to see that surface level of print in English when we're reading English. And it needs to go down to the deep structure where it moves those words around, it assigns meanings, maybe it's a multiple meaning or a figurative language. And then it puts it all together and it goes, oh, that's what it means. However, most of the instruction is done at that surface level. The kids don't get access and work with that deep structure. And that's where we keep getting them only hitting that 3rd grade ceiling. One of the major reasons in instruction. Certainly other reasons too, but that's a major instruction, reason. The third thing, words and sentences are not the same thing. The sentence is king. The context is king. The word we can't be sure of. We can give a general meaning, but we don't know until it's in a sentence. So let's unpack these and look at each one for a minute. So the first one, the language rule on planet Earth is you cannot take a sentence in one language and try to change it word by word and word into another language and come up with the same meaning. It doesn't work that way. So for example, suppose I am trying to learn Spanish and I'm trying to learn how to read it now. And the teacher says to me, all right, I'm going to give you a sentence. I want you to transliterate it to English. So try to map it onto English words. So she says S, and I say, oh, is, that means is. Yay, I'm reading Spanish. One, oh, one. And agua zero, agua, water, zero, agua zero, agua, water is zero. So now what is my brain doing? It has identified all those words, but is it reading? Does it understand what it just read? No way. My brain is trying to go, one, water, zero. What the heck does that mean? I'm desperately trying to put something comprehensive here that I can go, oh, that's what it means. I have no idea. So pictures, so one, there's a water. This is not how we read. The actual meaning of this is, it means, it's pouring. It's a deluge. There's a downpour. But if I'm trying to learn to read in Spanish by attributing one word in English to try to figure it out, I'm dead. I'm dead in the water. I'm doomed because I will never get to the deep structure meaning that means, oh my gosh, it's a downpour out there. Es un aguacero. Yeah, I know my Spanish is really good. Shut up, Todd. I can already see you smirking there. I know you. But that's how it works. So, second part, the comprehension. Surface level, deep structure level. You have to have both to understand what you read. So the surface level is we see the sentence, we see the words, you start to get a preliminary idea, but the deep structure is where we're going to figure out the meaning of a sentence. Okay. That's where we've got to get. What's interesting, though, is this idea of surface level and deep structure starts way back in language development, in normal language acquisition. Kids learn, if a deaf kid is in a language environment where they're fully immersed around language, it's the same thing as the hearing kid. So the hearing kid, let's take a hearing kid. I have an example. This little boy his dad's going to tell him to do something. There's no sound on it, but the dad is going to tell him to do something. Because the little boy is small, he's like 2 years old, he's going to be stuck at that surface level because he has no context of meaning for this particular phrase. So let's look at the next video. So somebody tell me, why does the kid put his eye on the ball? Literally, eye on ball.
That's what Dad said.
He told him to. He told him to.
Eye on the ball.
So we could say, God, hearing kids are so literal. But we would never say that. Because what's Dad going to do if we saw the next clip of him? What is Dad going to do next?
He's gonna clarify.
Yeah, what's he going to say, Haley?
Watch the ball and while you swing.
Right. Right. Don't be looking around. Watch that ball. Dad is going to negotiate meaning down at the deep structure level. So now the child begins in a very natural way, learning that sometimes you tell me stuff, but it's not what you mean. There's this deep structure to it. And this is where it begins. So tell me how many of your deaf kids who haven't had access to this get to school and we say, oh my God, they're so literal. I used to say that all the time until I found out, oh, we've made them that way. I didn't know about the deep structure stuff. They're literal because they don't have access to that information down there, and they haven't had it all around them. That's why this idea of language depression is language depression. That's basically what it is. Withholding language from a human being, it obviously not okay, but it's so destructive in the effects it's going to have on that human as they go through their life. And how much more we have to do as teachers to offset and to provide those experiences that you're never going to find in the curriculum that have been designed for hearing children who heard Keep Your Eye on the Ball, Son, when they were 2. It's not in those books, but we have to do that. So traditionally, we have taught kids to transliterate. I absolutely did this because I didn't know what else to do. And people told me this is what you're supposed to do. So transliterating is when you try to take a sentence and put each word into a sign. So for example, take, if you would sign like to physically take something. Your. Yep, the pronoun or the possessive pronoun, your. Personal pronoun, your. Time. Now, suppose you're a little kid and you've read those words and you've made those signs. You tell me what the kid's thinking in his head.
Where am I gonna be like stealing?
You were taking time.
Taking some time telling device and picking it up.
Yes.
Yeah. For some random reason, the teacher is now telling me, first this morning, she told me that there's a word that doesn't mean anything. Now she's telling me that I should steal clocks for a living, apparently. I don't know where we're going here. Yeah. So again, thinking from the kid's point of view, it's got to be like, what is happening here? I got such little time. So that's not how we read. That is identifying surface level words. That's not reading. We've got to get them down to the deep structure. Another example, if kids were trying to do this, leave, most kids would sign like to physically leave. Room, a physical room they would sign. 4, function word, no help. And dessert, a dessert. So you tell me, you're a deaf kid that just signed that. You identified every word. You tell me what you think that means.
So where are we going for dessert?
Yeah, because if you want ice cream or cake, what are you staying in here for? Get out. Right, exactly. That's not how we read. But it sets them up to think wrong. You know, it's almost like we're trying to mess them up by making them do that, which of course we're not. We're trying to help. So next one. We have to teach them to translate because that's how language works. If you're using 2 languages, you have to learn to translate. For some reason in Deaf Ed, we said, no, we're going to break all the linguistic rules and say it's okay. It's not okay. It's not how the brain works. It's not how language works. Next one. The third principle, words and sentences, not the same thing. The sentence is king to help you know what the word means. So let's say we taught the kids, we got a first grade class, they can do these words, identify them. Now that they're in a column, it's okay. And I would go through each word. What is that word? What's that word? What's that word? And then give me a sign for each one. That's okay. The minute I take those words and put it into a sentence, the game's over. Because what just happened?
It's in a different environment.
Yeah. Again, stay with the kid who's going, what? Now you're going to throw dinner. Now you're going to throw food on me for no reason. I mean, what is happening? This doesn't make sense. Mm-hmm. And even though these are, now obviously I would not be teaching that sentence to 6-year-olds because there are not a lot of them out there buying each other meals. But the idea is, the words themselves, even though if the kid knows it, it doesn't mean they can simply read it in a sentence. It's not how it works. We talked about take your time. Just back for a second, Todd. Jumping the gun there a little bit, buddy. Okay. The third sentence. Leave your boots by the door. If most deaf kids assign the word, like to leave, to take away, what does the word in that sentence mean? Put them there. Don't take them away. Keep them there. The opposite of take away. So now we're teaching kids that you have the sign to like take something away, but in this sentence, it actually means, the opposite. So tell me where kids are supposed to understand that. They certainly haven't heard it, but now we're telling them, here, put the signs in and, try to add it up at the end. Then imagine you have the sentence, are these seats taken? And you're pointing to seats and the kid reads the sentence. What do they think it means?
Somebody stole them, maybe?
Yeah. I mean, the kid should be like, are you blind? They're still right here. Nobody took them. What do you mean, are they taken? So it doesn't make, how many sentences I think kids must be like, what? It's like a different language. So this is the problem. And these are only little things. But knowing these principles is going to help change instruction. And that's what it did for me. So the last part is I scan. So all humans do this. The better readers do it more quickly and are able to take it in, the words, scan them in more quickly. When you're reading a book and you're reading along and you're like, oh, wait a second, because you realize your brain's not keeping up with it and you have to go back, right? This is the idea of I scan. So things that are easy to read and enjoyable, you can predict a lot. It's gonna flow. Things that are gonna get more difficult, you have to really use a lot of cognitive energy and really pay attention to the full sentence, go back, do it again. But this is a normal process. We think we read by looking at only each word and assigning the meaning. That is not how we read. You cannot know what a sentence means until your brain has seen the full sentence. So to illustrate the concept, let's look at this next sentence, one word at a time. So, well, that gives me not a lot of information. How about the next word? Man. So now I'm actively trying to say, what is it? Okay, I got a man. I see that. Okay, makes sense. Next word, shot. Oh, okay, man has a gun. This makes sense. I've got it. Next word, me. Man shot me. Well, this is going downhill fast, but it makes sense. I understand what it means. I can visualize, I can keep adding this information as I scan along each word. How about the next word?
Yeah.
Todd?
It's up.
Hey.
I don't see it.
Hey.
Oh, hey, I'm sorry, the next word. Now what happens? Now what does your brain do?
Confused.
People are saying, now we know that the last word is going to be look.
Of course. But your brain, our brains we're all okay as we saw each word until the word dirty got in there. The brain went, wait a minute. I had this visualization. It was making sense. And now all of a sudden you've thrown in a word that completely makes me go back and have to revisit and say, oh, you're not talking about a gun. You're talking about a facial expression. I know the next word is look. Oh, because if we had to read that way, we'd be doomed. But that's how we teach deaf kids to read often. One word at a time. Instead of look at the full sentence, think about it, and let's talk about it and translate it. So skip these parts on guided reading. I don't have time. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Click, click, click. Keep the clicking. Good. Click, click. Okay. All right. So we want to teach the kids an effective way to process how reading works. The idea is very basic. We're going to see an English sentence. And instead of immediately signing the words or speaking them, I would use this technique with hearing children who have reading problems, reading issues. Because the problem is they're trying to decode word by word, and that's where they get stuck often. So they say a full sentence and they think. So that we want that immediate idea. I see a sentence, I think, not I sign, I talk, I think. That's where we want them to go. And then see it in their head. Does it make sense? Can you see it? Good. Now translate that sentence to ASL. That's what we're going to train them in this activity. This is training them to learn how to read. That once they get good at, and it's going to take a long time and lots of experiences, and then start applying it to whatever they read. So, next one, Todd.
Yeah.
So we have this daily activity. And it's 20 minutes every day. And this is not sort of, maybe I'll get to it on Friday. Don't bother. Either do it every day or don't do it. I mean, these are one of those non-negotiable things where if the kids don't have access to doing this every single day, the brain can't get better at it. And if it can't get better at it, we saw what happens to Pumpkin, they will not become fluent readers. They can't. They don't have enough practice. So the goal is we want the kids to learn how to negotiate meaning between two languages, the English and the ASL, and we want them to be able to move from the surface level down to the deep structure level to understand in both languages. So for this activity, you would make sentences that the kids only using words that they know. This is not an activity where you're working on, context. That's fine for other activities, but this activity is simply, here are the words the kid has to know the words immediately. I need help, because they need to use the cognitive part of their brain to move that surface structure information down to the deep structure where they can move stuff around and go, oh, here's what it means. So the way we do this, we start in preschool before kids even have print. So you can go to the next one, Todd. And we start, we use a big wheel, like for the first lesson. After that, we get rid of it because the kids, go nuts with the big wheel, but they get all excited when they see the big wheel. And my husband actually came up with this idea, and it was genius. I said, I need a technique to initially get kids trained to not do that impulse that the minute they see a target, sign it, start signing right away, or speaking, again, depending on what kids you're working with. The goal is on that blue mat, whatever color you want to make them, doesn't matter as long as you have two different ones. The kid sits on the big wheel, holds the handlebars, and you tell them, I'm going to show you a picture of something they know. And you say, the minute you see it, do not take your hands off the handle and tell me what it is. And they will. And then you make them go and sit down, they cry, and they'll be like, I won't do it again. You let them come back up. It takes like once, but it works. Not the crying, I don't want them to cry, but I do want them to hold the handlebars. So next one, Todd. So we show them a picture of an ice cream cone or whatever the target is. And the kid, can you back up for 1 second? The kid, you say, do you know what that is? And the kid will start saying like, nope, hold on to those handlebars. And the kid needs to be like, yep, I know what that is. Now you remove the prompt. So you're making the kid rely on working memory. The kid then rides a little big wheel over to the red mat. We use drugs, whatever. Some people use hats. For little kids, the mats are the easiest. They get off the red mat and they sign it. Oh, it was ice cream. Or, they can say it, whatever. That's all the activity is. As the kids get better, you can add, letters, you can add words, names, whatever you want that the kids know. And as they get better, you can start adding distractors. So adding things like, this time when you look at it, I want you to, hold on to that. And then I want you to go over to that spot where I can put an X down on masking tape, and I want you to jump 3 times and then go and tell me. And that's hard So kids, but it really is good for working memory and making, holding on to information while doing body things. That's a tough thing for little kids to do. So that's where we start with preschool. You can do little gifts as they get better. You know, give me the gist of the movie. Lots of stuff to do. Now, when they get old enough and they've got enough words that they recognize that you can start writing sentences, now the child has worked on this enough that they know when I stand on that mat, and now I'm going to label them. This mat is English, that mat is ASL. When they stand there, they got to put their hands, keep their hands busy. Or if they're hearing, just, make them, when they're little, touch your mouth so you don't say it until you get over there. Then you can say it. Again, whatever modality you're working with. So the goal is look at the sentence, visualize it in your head, what it means, get down to that deep structure. Okay, Todd. Yep. So they can see it, then they move over, and now they translate. Okay. So just back 1 second. So you're going to have kids, as Todd mentioned, are going to come to school that don't have ASL. And here's where, have to have modeling too, because they're not going to immediately be able to sign stuff. That's correct. But they will, over time, not worry about, well, we didn't sign the, we didn't sign is. It becomes a natural part of language that we do it this way on that mat, and we do it this way on that mat. They're two different. They're not the same. Okay, next one. So here's an example. Next slide, Todd.
One team from Ogden, one team from JMS.
Oh, awesome. So here's an example of the kids doing it. And genius, at JMS, they came up, hold the pillow. Genius idea. So, and just for sake of time, can you skip ahead like 4 slides, Todd, to the Singapore one? Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, because I know I'm not gonna, well, you know what? All right, there. So, no, I'm sorry, the Singapore one. So Todd and I, a few years ago, the schools for the deaf in Singapore, very, very strong signed English, and asked us to come over and do a couple weeks of bilingual. What do you do for literacy? How does it work? What do you do? So Todd worked on the ASL stuff. I worked with the English. So I'm training the kids and the teachers at the same time how to do this. Now, I didn't know the kids. So I tried to make simple sentences, thinking that, I think this little girl was 7 or 8, assuming that these guys would recognize the vocabulary. The problem was she didn't. So that's my error in this one. But even with a simple sentence like this, it's not simple. The cat runs up the tree is not a simple sentence. This is a tricky one because of what you have to do to the word cat. You have to change it from a noun form to a pronoun classifier form to then move it, which is very, kids don't know how to do that right off the bat. So they're going to go exactly trying to do it word by word. So watch what she does. And I'll voice for this one because some of the signs are hard to see from the teacher when he comes up. The cat. I don't know. The cat. 3. So there's that glazed over look where she's like, I don't know what the heck that says. So the teacher comes up, deaf teacher, great guy, and is going to negotiate with her. So goes back because he clearly sees she doesn't know all the words. That's the first part. So he says, what is this word? R-U-N-S. What is that? Ask your friends. Run, 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 they all say. And up with a U. Tree, tree. So they're identifying the words to help her. Again, you can see why that would break down, why that wasn't a good sentence for her. It's terrible. Okay, so she's trying to figure it out. He says, now, you know what the surface level is? Get over there and put this all together. Cat, run. Tree. 3 trees. She's still lost. Hey, look at me. Look at me. Very bossy. All right, help her out here. Show her how to sign it. Okay. Cat is running. Here's a tree. Here's a tree over here now. Look, here's the cat here. He runs over to the tree and he runs up it. Okay? Okay? Runs up the tree. Cat, tree, runs up the tree. Now, she's starting, but you see there's still just parts of stuff. There's a cat, there's a tree. It's not connected meaningfully. This is what it looks like and why they need to have time to process this stuff, to model it, to do lots of sentences like that. And that looks like a simple, very simple sentence. It's not, because of that, the subject and the object and the preposition. It makes it a mess. This one's even worse. There's one word in this sentence that's a train wreck for this kid in trying to understand what it means. What do you think it is?
On.
On. That preposition on, people think, well, you just teach them on. Well, let's see. Let's watch what happens. A very simple sentence. So they've already sent in reinforcements because the kid doesn't understand what it means. And she's trying to figure it out too because she doesn't know. Dad sits. No, wait a minute. Okay, Dad, here comes the teacher again to negotiate meeting with him. All right, hang on. You guys are thinking in English too much. Remember, you got to look at the whole sentence. All right, what's this? What's this? What's this? Let's look at each one. All right, that's me. What is this? Okay, think. Now think. Here's Dad sits me. Dad sits me. What do you think? On? On. Yeah, what is that? What do you mean by on? Dad? All right, here's Dad. They're classified for a person is that Y hand shape. Here's me. Okay, now what? Dad walks over. What does he do? He sits next to me, on me, next to me. What? Where is he? Where's Dad? There's you. Where's Dad? He sits on top of you. He walks over. He sits on top of you. That's what it means. Good job. You got it. There he is. He walks over and he sits on you. He sits on top of you. Got it? Yes. Okay. Now she's rehearsing. Here's Dad. Here's me. He walks over. Sits on me. I got it. Okay. All right. Here's Dad. Here's me. He walks over. He sits on me. Okay. That's it. That's the reaction I want them to have, where they're thinking. So he intervenes to help her out a little bit and bring it home. He puts his name, Mr. Dennis, and crosses out Dad. All right, what's that say? Mr. Dennis. Okay, right? That's me. Okay, now show me. Who's that? That's me. And here's me, Mr. Dennis. You walk over and you sit on me. You want me to walk over and sit on you? Oh, don't sit on me. For the love of God. That's why I can't be an interpreter. Don't do that. Right. No. So back to the original sentence. Dad sits on me. Okay. All right. Here's Dad. Here's me. Dad walks over. He sits on me next to me. Dad. Here comes Dad. Here's me. He sits on me. Sits on me. That's it. Dad sits on me. That's it. Dad sits on me. Okay, do it again. Dad comes over, sits on me. There. So most people would watch that and be like, oh, for the love of God, you just spent however long on one little sentence. That was time in gold for that child's cognitive processes, for her to have time to get to the deep structure, to think about it. So you tell me, what's another sentence you could do that's like that the next day? Well, obviously you do more than one sentence, but what's another sentence similar to, now that she gets that construct, what would be another sentence she could practice?
The dog runs into the house.
Okay, yeah. Yep, and staying with the prepositions. Yep. So this is the idea that as long as the words are meaningful and you're giving them time to think, like when she does that, oh, that's what kids should be doing. They should be leaving our classrooms in little drippy puddles, you know, sweating and throwing here, giving them cloths as they leave and saying, see you tomorrow, thinking so much as they work through this stuff, instead of us being the ones that are dripping. We were doing this the wrong way. So that's the, you know, this is the issue, you know, and it's all kind of cute when they're little and, oh, they'll get, it's not cute anymore when they're 15 or 16 and they're still not understanding. So Todd and I also had a contract down in Jamaica. And before you're like, oh, gee, what a rough life. We never saw the beach. Okay. We were in downtown Kingston for 3 years. So no, we'd walk by, right, Todd, we'd walk into the airport and we'd see all these big posters of these beautiful beach scenes. And I'm like, where are these places? 3 years, never saw it. I hear they exist, but we were in downtown Kingston working with an awesome group of teachers and their kids. So part of our thing was to do these literacy trainings with teachers. So this was one where I asked if I could have a group of middle school, high school kids come, because it's boring to just keep talking about stuff. It's much better to see kids doing stuff. So we were working on this idea that you can know all the words, but if you don't know how to get to that deep structure, it's meaningless. So the sentence this boy is trying to, this young man is trying to translate is the wind picked up the leaves. So let's watch what he does. Wind, oh, hang on, wind, leaves up in the air. I don't know. I don't know what it means. I don't get it. I don't know what it means. So, I mean, just a little clip. Where's he going now? 15. He's been trained all along to think that way. And he's a smart kid. Once we showed him how, you know, and the other kids how to do this, he was like, oh my gosh, oh, this is so much easier. And we have some other trainings for that kind of imagery stuff. But, and this is another one, 3 words, the fire grows. Go ahead, Todd. I don't know what the word GROW is, he says. Grow, and he's telling him the answer. The kid on the end, grow. Fire grow? What? Fire grow. So he just mimics what he saw. No recognition of meaning here at all. All the teachers are trying to give the kid advice on what to do. You know, you gotta make that sign, you know, show that it's growing. And he was like, okay. Still without meaning to him, the fascinating part of this, and they keep giving him advice, but if you can see the guy in the back, the cameraman, way in the back of the corner there, he came up to me after this presentation and he kept saying the answers. He's like, you got to add expression. He came up to me after, he said, I went through school here and did what that boy did all along. I never knew that I wasn't supposed to look at each word, but I was supposed to think and get down to it. He's an adult just getting this. And they were beautiful, but we had a lot of fun with them. Okay. So I know we're got like 5 minutes left. Next one, Todd, keep going. There was one more, keep going. This last thing is a great test. It's a test of nonsense sentences. If you really want to see if your kids are reading for meaning, give them this test. I did a little research project on it before, and I had a great video clip. But the idea is you have this test, and if you want it, email me and I can send it to you. Very simple. The kids see a sentence. There are 10, I think 10 prompts here, 10 targets. You do two basic practices with them. And you say to the kid, read the sentence to yourself. If you can visualize it and it's a sentence that makes sense, give me a thumb up. If it isn't, say, that doesn't even make sense. What kids will do who do not read, they will try to look at each of these sentences, and they will say, oh yeah, that makes sense. That's a sentence. That's an English sentence. So Dad has a hat. You can picture that. Sure, that's a sentence. The red is boy. Why would a deaf kid say, yes, that's a sentence. The red is boy.
Because it looks like, has a period, it has a the, and
it has a the, and it has a is. They're two favorite English ones. And they will say, and I've got to get some good clips of kids doing this because it's horrifying. That's a sentence. Yeah. But that is a way to let you go, uh-oh, they are not reading for meaning. They cannot even differentiate yet to say that's a sentence and that one doesn't even make, that's just a bunch of words that you just randomly put in a line. And we've done this kind of a test with kids of all ages. And to see a high school kid doing that, it's horrifying. So I have 3 minutes. I made it. Thank you, Todd, for clicking along. And thank you guys. I know that's a long, long morning for everybody to sit, and you guys at home streaming this, at least you can get up and do like stretches and stuff. But these guys are trapped. But I hope it was worthwhile to talk about foundational stuff that we have to be aware of before we even get into the grammar stuff. And this afternoon, we'll come back. I hope you'll come back. We're going to talk about writing. What do we do with writing if you can't sound out words? So have a great lunch. Definitely email me if you'd like that nonsense word test. I'll be happy to send it to you. And we will see you guys all after lunch. I hope it's a great one.
Are there any questions real quick before we go?
We've got 15 minutes.
We have 15 minutes because we have a group photo that won't take 15 minutes, I hope.
Oh, I'm hurrying, trying to get done by, I keep looking at the time. Oh. All right, well, tell me what you guys are thinking.
That makes a lot of sense to me. I had a student, he is in his mid to late 20s. And I let him in the IXL read a text. It was about comprehending the content of this paragraph. And I tell him to read, and he starts signing every single word. And then when he was finished, I asked him, what does it mean? What did you just read? And he starts signing again.
In case you didn't see him the first time. Yeah.
So, and then I told him to stop signing and just read with his eyes. And he looked at me like, huh? And then I started to translate for him the sentences. Then I noticed, well, we need to start on a different base because he didn't get it. And he has tremendous difficulties with English. He has the difficulties also with signing. He does not get it. I like your ways, how you explained it. It gives me a starting point where to work with this particular student. So, yeah, give me all the information you have.
Yeah. No, that's great. And I've done it with adults, same thing. And definitely try to get make a list of the words he immediately recognizes. You know, he may have other words, motorcycle, his name, you know, things that are of interest to him. Probably not cat and puppy is going to set him on fire, but things that are interesting to him, and make short sentences out of that. You know, Alex loves motorcycles. Alex, you know, just basic stuff to start greasing that wheel, going back and forth between the two as it starts to make sense. And starting small and simple doesn't mean, you know, like goofy or dumb. It means, if you think about developmentally climbing up that ladder, manageable pieces that make sense as you build more challenging things.
Yeah, another comment.
Yep.
I'm a first teacher, and so, and I do have a student who is on the opposite of that. She has cochlears, and so she's now learning sign. So what she'll try to do when we're having comprehension reading time is she tries to read something, but she doesn't understand it. She'll finger spell everything to me. And I'm like, oh, what? Wait. And I have to go over there and say, hey, because she can talk, she can, you know, she has her cochlears. I'm like, don't spell it because she doesn't know the signs yet. She wants to learn. She's so eager to learn. So, but she does everything. She wants to finger spell it. So I think I like this approach. It's to try to break it down and make it a lot easier to digest for ASL and those who are learning English as well.
Right, and that's why it's multimodality. It's not just for signing kids. It's definitely for kids, and hard of hearing kids, I think, are the trickiest ones sometimes because they got a foot in both worlds. But then often they're writing and be like, what happened? But their reading can be like, but you just read that. What? Yeah, because they're so stuck on the word to word to word to word.
Right. Well, it's breaking people out of that cycle too, because I have a 3rd, 4th, 5th grade teacher who is all praise about all of these words her kids know because she uses C, which drives me crazy. But she uses C and she can be so impressive because look at all of the words my kids know when they're reading, but I doubt that they have a clue what it is they just read.
Right.
And then those kids come to me at the high school level and I have to go back to 3rd, 4th grade language because they don't know and they can't even write an essay for college.
Right.
Or one paragraph.
Exactly. Or one sentence.
Right. That's the messy programming Todd was talking about.
I'm
trying. I think that works.
I've been there 3 months.
I have a question.
Haley was jumping up and down. Then it's your turn. Go ahead, Haley.
I was just saying, even as a 5th year teacher, I am so happy that it's not just my kids. I was so stressed thinking, I'm doing something wrong. I'm messing up. I'm not a good teacher. Right. I can't find the right materials. I'm too lazy to make my own materials. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm dumb, but we're all in the same boat. Right. And I think I've cried like 2 times today, been like, oh, it's not my fault. So
no, I mean, just that statement alone, it's a terrible thing we do to our teachers. It's a terrible thing. I was teaching or I'm working with one group in Wisconsin, and the teacher said to me, you know what, we should have shirts made up. Blame but not trained. I'm like, oh my God, that's a great idea. Because it's so true. Depending on what you got in your teacher training program, you know, and we are, and the things that we are expected to do as a teacher of the depth of knowledge we're expected to have on so many things, nobody's asked to do that much. It's crazy. Yeah, no, don't cry. It's the system.
It's a happy cry.
It's the system, but we have to change it.
Yep. Their spelling, like when you're reading a sentence and the kid doesn't know and they'll go white and then they're going on through the sentence. Like, is it good to stop and explain the word, like, or should you just let them finish the whole sentence and go back? Like, I just, like hers, they always are like, oh, I don't know that word, I'm gonna finger spell it, I'm gonna finger spell the whole sentence. So what is your opinion on that, on how you should?
Yeah, so you have to first understand and ask yourself, why is the child finger spelling? Because it may be because they literally, like the child with implants may not know the ASL sign for it. So they're you know, they may know the word. If you're like, well, what is that word? White, but I don't know the sign. That's different from a kid who literally just finger spells because he doesn't know the word. That's like a hearing kid reading a sentence and going, the big CAR is RED. Oh, you good reader. No, you're not. You're terrible. That's not reading. That's not reading. But if they finger spell because they don't know the ASL sign, that's a different thing. Or, you know, but the kids that's why I would say, don't do it word by word. Guys, look at the sentence, cover it, think about it. Because if it's not making sense in your head, you've messed up a word in there, or you don't know a word in there. And that happens all the time. So let's say the word's white. Let's go back. What's it talking about? And this is where it ties in with our bilingual grammar curriculum, because everything has a subject, a who or a what, and a predicate. So we're stuck on white. Well, let's go back. Who's it talking about? What's it talking about? The cat. Good. Well, what about the cat? This WHIT word. Well, what do you think it could be? You know, as long as you get more of a logical thinking stream, that's working toward something, as opposed to it says white, move on. You know, that's not helping. But we get tired. I get it. I totally did that. It's a long process. But if we don't change state systems and our expectations for kids and how we go about instruction for these guys, then we will continue to keep repeating these errors that we've made for years and years and years. And, you know, there's not too many of them. And oh, well, it's not oh, well. We know it's not oh, well. They matter. Every single one of them matters.
I think we're at the time limit.
Okay.
So we've got about 4 more minutes.
Nice try, Todd.
No, good work.
Classic. Yeah. You'll shove aside. Yeah. He just wants to get his picture with all of you. I know how it works.
We're gonna stand in front of you. Any other comments, questions? Okay, thank you so much. So, who's in charge of the picture? I'm not good. You want us, let's, I guess, get around the video?
That's a good idea. That's a good idea.
Stand above. Down around. You young people can kneel in front. Oh, yeah.
I know, I was looking around like, so me. I'm feeling by myself.
You were the young one. Eli, can you kind of tell us how to group?
Oh, that's what I was wondering where the camera was. Right there. Okay.
I like the enthusiasm, but I have to say, I probably won't be able to see her on the screen.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Thanks for trying.
We want you to feel included.
I'm used to it. It's good.
One of these poor babies.
Yeah.
We need like a
What's a good
flat
background?
Kristen.
We can Photoshop you in.
Yes. I have a good photo of Kristen all out.
Oh, yeah. No, do not let him do it.
Brother and
Okay, we're just gonna move to the hall, so I guess we can move to the hall, and that will lead us to lunch.
Thanks, Kristen.
Thank you.
See you later. Have a good lunch.
Are you getting?
She does. She's vaccinated. She has a very mild.
Wonderful, thank you. So in our curriculum, I want to show you where we are. Level 1, and you know we've got options for ASL and English. Both are there in parallel with one another. And we're talking about the anchor standard. And they go sort of baseline and then 1 through 8. What's missing? So number 3 isn't there. What? 1, 2, 4. And 6 is not there. Level 2, in level 2, we will see level 3. Standard number 3. It will sort of roll pronouns. Sorry, thank you. Pronouns. We'll get into pronouns. And then after 5, 6 is prepositions. But for level 1 prepositions, clarifying finger spelling here, prepositions, like the car passed or the cat was, the bird was on the tree, something like that. So language principles don't make sense. Those kinds of language principles don't make sense for level 1. We have to build, we've got to have that strong foundation. And it's almost like a circular drive moving upward. So we add things as we move through. Level 3 expands out to 4, it expands out, and we add more and more features as we move through. So we opened with the first anchor standard, and its sentence components. So we've got the benchmarks here, 3 benchmarks. And the kids will start with ASL and work through all of these objectives for level 1, benchmark 1. And then at the end of benchmark 1, you've got your assessment. And it's a formative assessment that's ready. And we want to have 80% at least. Then we figure the kids are ready and they can move on to, they're done with benchmark 1. They can move on to the English for that same level. And English has the same idea as what we just went through for ASL. When you're learning benchmark 1 for English, I'm on to benchmark 2 for ASL at the same time. So it's not like I'm going back and forth and back and forth. ASL never stops. We continue on with that. And the English never stops. And they work parallel to one another through the whole process. But the English is a step behind. So benchmark 2 for ASL means I'm in benchmark 1 for the English. And so we go through this way, in this stepwise process. Most curriculums, you have to earn 80% to pass to the next level for each of these benchmark standards. So formative assessment has, and you can see once you get 80% on that first assessment, at least then you can move on to the second. You get an 80% there, you move on to the third. So that's the idea. That's the structure and how we progress through each of the standards and the levels. So if we're talking about ASL composition, so we have to use language to show this, right? The kids have to understand what a good sentence looks like, what the composition is, what that means. So there's a foundation that they need to have for this. So suppose I'm talking about subjects. ASL is the subject. Subjects in ASL. So you remember this, right? And we're seeing this. And then you move into the examples. Writing. Now, they haven't learned the predicate. They haven't learned this, but we're giving them the idea, writing. Now, they've learned the subject. Okay, which subject makes sense to fit with this with this idea that was introduced? Dog, girl. So they would pick, obviously a girl writing makes sense. So we've got the grammar work, but then how do we put that together with creating meaning? So that idea, when we're talking about, remember, they were talking about Kristen was talking about the kid this morning, the kid, they process through the codes. And they didn't, as they progressed through the sentences, they didn't know what they were reading. They didn't know what they were seeing. So we haven't encouraged kids to become meaning-based learners, our deaf kids. In this situation, we're really pushing the kid to say, fine, so writing. So you understand, you've got an idea about writing. Now you've got to filter out what is possible. What could possibly go along with this? Dog? Do dogs write? They aren't in the classroom. What's left, right? So you've got to go through all of this. Well, this second option that's here makes sense. There's a girl writing. Okay. Again, it's very simple. There's nothing profound going on here. It's foundational only. So we've got to support kids to use grammar and then become meaning-based learners, so that they understand how to become clear about the structure. So let me show you. So for example, here's how it goes. Dog writing. Does that make sense? Of course not. Girl writing. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, they're gonna get that one. So, okay, great. We're on the same page. So we're pushing them to use ASL and construct grammar and meaning. Okay, who has a bottle, right? The baby or the flower? Again and again and again. The point is we're studying the subject, right? But we're using this, we're creating meaning based on the subject that we started with, right? So we have to pick the right so we tell the kids, pick the right subject. What goes with it? Well, obviously flowers don't drink from bottles, but a baby would. Okay. So this all works together, and all these examples are really ready for you. All these examples are ready for you, so you don't have to like come up with your own and try to figure it out. The curriculum is built, it's ready. We've got examples built in. The next subject, same idea, but we're flipping it a bit. So we're giving you the subject, you've got to pick the right predicate to go along with it. Tree, biting, tall, playing. Tall, of course, right? So again, this is not rocket science here, kids, but for our kids developing the foundation, this step is critical. We don't recognize how we become meaning-based learners, but kids, they have to start to own language in a different way than we had when we were coming up. So we've got to make meaning for them. We've got to show them. If they show up without a foundation, we've got to sort of replace what they don't know with things that we know that they can build visually to learn and build from. So kids have school, so they can look at these and they can match what they're writing, so it's independent. They're writing the answers down on paper. So you may be wondering what the evaluation looks like, and I'm going to show you that. So these directions are for you. So it just basically talks about how you work through this. So this is a practice, right? So each section will have a practice. Then they can do it independently. And then step 2, you'd practice with them so that they get it, and then you'd go forward. It's for them to work independently. So this is the section 3. And then they're categorizing who as opposed to what. And making meaning and applying it to the subject. Then at the end, you get this kind of a sheet. And we're looking at for the target for the different skill areas. The kids have to get 80% at least in order for them to really have a sense that they've got the meaning base. So if they get 75%, suppose, it doesn't mean that you've got to go all the way back and teach everything all over again, starting at square one. But you got to look at the different areas. What areas were strongest? And what areas did they seem to be missing more? Like maybe here, identifying the subject was really hard. Maybe they didn't understand or recognize that. So then you can develop a plan for how to support them in a one-on-one interaction. So our approach, historically, when kids have not done well, we've sent them back to the very beginning, but we have to practice working on the subject, not the whole thing, not the whole concept, but just the subject, just identifying the subject. So we tell our assistant, we tell our teaching assistant, so practice on subject. Then the teaching assistant goes, okay, what do we do? Practice on subject. Okay, one-on-one. But that program, it's hard. The assistant doesn't know what to do. We often don't know what to do. But now we can say, wait, look at which subject, content area, objective matches, right? So, and then they can go back to just that portion of the lesson and get it. Or we could say, if the school has an ASL specialist, okay, great. Now work on that, work on this. Or if if your school has an SLP, L is supposed to be language, just FYI, L is supposed to be language, right? L, right? So go work on this specific thing. So again, the program becomes less messy when we've got this. We're all on the same page. Me as the teacher, the assistant, the SLP, all of these people, the English, the reading, the writing, all of it works. All of it's here. We've got a plan. It's very clear. The targets, the goals, everything is established. It's right there ready. And then we can start to work between ASL and English. They are parallel instead of having, you know, the language arts department do their thing, and then the ASL team doing their thing, and they're worlds apart. It's crazy. It's crazy. The SLP, they're doing their other thing. Somebody else, the reading specialists are doing their thing. We've got a whole, so that all of these amazing people can work together and coordinate in the same way for a student. Imagine if school had this kind of coordination, you know, and all of it is under the idea of promoting literacy for our students. So I'm going to show you the evaluation again. So the kids get this, right? They're going to get a grade on this. So they're going to watch a video and they're going to get this. They have a paper while they're watching. When you see the video, circle who. Man, the man jumps. So in here, our assumption that the kids have is that they've gone through the instruction already and that they see the idea in the GIF. They see this person jump and then they can pick out the who part. That's all. They're ignoring the other portion of it. We're not talking about the jump. We're not talking about how far. We're talking about who's doing the action. And that's what we want them to know. Now, sometimes the screen, there's a man, one, and then punching, second. Sometimes there's a man, and then there's a person dancing, and then they got to move it, you know. So we want to have subject agreement as well. Now, same principle with circling the what. So you saw in the video, circle what. Now, ball. There's a ball rolling. Ball. Ball would be what was rolling. So we move it, we sort of interlace. They're random so that it's not following a pattern that they can, okay? Right? The work of figuring out, whoa, it's not that. I mean, that's a flower. That's not a bomb, that's flower. Okay, this is a fish, right? Bad idea. So ball, spinning. Ball spinning. So now the kids have to identify the subject and which type the ball is doing. What is the ball doing? Ball is the subject. The who and the what, right? The ball is spinning. And again, this is not rocket science, but the idea is that we are building, we are scaffolding all of these ideas from the foundation. Who's the man clapping? Who's the woman clapping? Water flowing, water flowing. Grandfather working. Car crash. So again, this is categorization. No, so we're identifying the subject from the predicate. So play, and the first option is flower or baby. So example, right? So they've got to circle the one that is the best answer. Baby or play, right? So now, okay, this is how they all go. He's signing crying. Baby or house?
The lights are off. Mom. Light. Open. Store. Alligator. Read. Dad. Dog. Okay, so you got the idea at this point, yes. So you can see how we build upon it until you get this complete concept. Then the kids are aware that all ideas, all sentences have a subject and a predicate. So they do it enough that they're able to make sense of it. They know every sentence has a subject and a predicate because of this scaffolding, this building upon each other with all these objectives. Then we have the cumulative summative evaluation at the end. We have all the objectives, and remember, each one must be passed with 80% proficiency. So I'm going to show you an example of the last one that they do right before the evaluation. So the kids will have 2 sentences, but the 2 sentences don't have a clear separation. Their job is to see if they could use their knowledge of sentence structure and the subject predicate formula to be able to distinguish between the 2 sentences and know where one ends and one begins. So that's a way of them proving that they understand how a sentence works. So we use a mat. The kids use this sentence mat. We lay it out on the floor. So you can see the sentence. It has to include one from this category and then from that category. And then they stand on the picture mat of the one that they're choosing. So it's an interactive activity. A gorilla has a ball, a mouse has cheese. See, he signed the 2 sentences together without a clear boundary between the 2. So tell me, well, obviously you know where the separation is, right? Where would the boundary be between those 2 sentences? What's the first sentence? Right, the gorilla has a ball. Second sentence, mouse has cheese. We've got the subject, predicate, right? Good job. It's a nice and simple one, but you can see how that's just the beginning and we'll progress from there. Lion roar, dog bark. Okay, so you can see clearly where the separation is. Apple red, banana yellow. It's clear, right? Apple red, banana. Teacher has book, student has pencil. So you can clearly identify the different subject and predicates in the separate sentences. Frog, jump, pig, walk. So we're building upon each other. We start with 2 short, simple sentences. And then after this one, we get to the evaluation. And here's the evaluation. Thumbs up or thumbs down? Is it complete sentence? Does it have a subject and predicate or not? Second component for letter 2. Okay. Which part of the sentence is missing, the subject or the predicate? This next one, does the sentence make sense or does it not make sense? Thumbs up makes sense. The quizzical, scratching your head is no, doesn't make sense. And here's find the boundary. Find the boundary between the sentences, and they just write a line in between where one sentence ends and the next sentence begins. And here's chart at the end with the target goals. Sweet. Good or bad? Is that a sentence? Sweet. Nope, correct. Thumbs down. No, that's not a full sentence. It's a description, but it has no subject. So, that's wrong. Jumping. Is that a sentence? Oh, grasshopper. Thank you. Is that a sentence by itself? No, it's a subject, but where's the predicate? Snowing. That's not a sentence by itself. Snowing. Now, we want the kids to arrive to the point where they can see a sentence and evaluate it. That's not a good sentence. Why? Because it's missing a predicate. So if our 6 and 7 and 8-year-olds can stand up and say, this sentence is missing a subject or a predicate, check. I mean, that's a win. That would be a big win. And that's just for ASL 1, just level 1. And the benchmarks go so far beyond that. Water rising. Sun. Now, look at these sentences and find out what part is missing. Figure out if it's the subject or the predicate that's missing. If the subject is missing, circle that there's no subject. If the predicate is missing, circle what's missing in the predicate. We'll practice first together. Nurse. Okay, what is it missing? As an example, nurse. So you have the P for predicate, and so they circle that one, it's missing the predicate. So after that example one, then they go forward independently. So sleep, what's missing? Boy. I want to get to the sentence boundary part of the assessment so you can see that. Boat wink, does that make sense? No, of course not. Then you circle the what, that doesn't make sense icon. Boy, have, and flower. Boy has a flower. So you circle yes. Ball has a cookie. Then you'd give the thumbs down for that one because it doesn't make sense. Okay, the last part of the assessment is finding sentence boundaries. Okay, you're going to look at these sentences. There are going to be two sentences put together. You have to figure out where the separation is, where one ends and the next one begins. You find that area where it's separated, draw a vertical line down the middle. A bird has a bone. Bird has a worm, dog has a bone. Okay, looks like bird has a worm dog. He did it so quickly, right? Bird has worm dog bone, which means, oh, it's a challenge. You have to figure out, okay, the prosody, the speed is so quickly, they may have that feeling of, wait a minute, what? What is that again? Where does it separate? You can see they have this whole part. Okay, you're supposed to separate the two sentences. When you watch, you have to figure out when one sentence ends and the next one begins, and draw a vertical line down the middle of the two sentences. And then you stop with that. And then you can have a discussion. The subject is the bird. The predicate has a worm, and then you can go through with the dog and the bone, and you can discuss that each one has a subject, each one has a predicate. Next example. Dad has a car. Oh, mom? Does mom have a car? Dad has a car. Horse gallops, fox hides. And the kid sees horse gallop, fox. They'll see that it's so fast. It looks like that's the whole sentence. Horse gallops, fox. Jumps. The horse jumps. They'll think it's the horse jumps over the fox, and they'll think, oh, well, that's a sentence. That makes sense. That, you know, it could be. If that were it, that could be a sentence. But then they haven't seen the second part of it yet. Then you see hide. Wait a minute, horse jumps over the fox, hide? That doesn't make sense. That can't be. How did that? It's because the prosody throws them. So you have to see the second half. Horse jumps, fox hides. Dog eats, bird eats. Dog eats, bird eats. See, it would be easy to see, oh, the dog eats the bird. Oh yeah, that's a sentence. If I was a kid, I would say, oh, dog eats bird. Put the line there. But then you're left with just one thing at the end that's not a complete sentence. It's not good, it doesn't make sense. So the kids have to prove. This is a way of really testing them because it could make sense. I love playing games, fun. Love playing games, fun. That's a hard one because it looks like one sentence. I love playing a game is fun. Where are they separated? Can you tell me where the two sentences separated? I love to play. There's the line. Game is fun. Okay. If our kids can do this, they can understand the structure and grammar. But this part is incredibly challenging. And we start with just baby steps. But when they get to this point, the kids can start saying, ah, I can see two sentences now. I understand the concept of the two complete sentences and where they're separated. Dad drives fast car, new. Dad drives fast car, new. That's a hard one. And so we have the kids go through all of these anchored assessments and all the way through the subject and predicate lessons and circling everything. So we go into it quite in depth, and then we integrated all the ends. They have a good foundation, and then we teach grammar after all this because it's only then it'll make sense. And then we can start asking the kids to compose their stories in ASL. we finish the anchor standard number 1, we can start requesting that the kids start their own compositions in ASL. Or you can use an iPad, an iPod, a laptop, and then start it with the pictures and start it with like a 3-picture, 3-word sentence. 3 different sentences based on 1 picture, for example, is another thing they could do. Or you could say, okay, come up with complete sentences, complete ideas on your own. Compose this number of sentences, all complete ideas based on a picture. We can also start requesting that the kids start discussing, okay, there's sentence number 1, who is the subject that it's going to involve, and then what is the predicate, what's going to happen, what's the subject, what are you going to have for the predicate. So we'll have sentence number 1, subject and predicate, we'll have to describe it. So you start increasing the level of expectations for them and the level of expectation for the prosody and the production of their ASL. And the challenge is for the deaf children, see their progression. You know, our experience with ASL has always been face-to-face, right? Always face-to-face, always in person. We sign to someone in our vicinity, right? Right there, I sign to you, I look at, make eye contact and sign to you. For example, say I'm looking over here, I'm talking to this individual over here on the side. Okay, where is the helicopter? The camera, excuse me, where's the video camera? Where is it? Where's the video camera? And she answered, okay, over there and over there, to the left and to the right. Okay, great, perfect. Another 5 points. The participant over here on the side. Okay, you're right, makes sense. I'm looking directly at you, asking you directly, and you can answer me. Now, that works because the 2 of us are face to face. Suppose I was in Massachusetts and I hadn't gotten here yet, 2 days before. And, I'm just really obsessed with that video camera. I have to, where the video camera's gonna be set up. Oh my goodness. So I text someone and say, hey, Haley, when you get in the room, let me know where the video camera is, okay, as soon as you find out. Then she could answer me back through text, okay, it's over there and over there. If she were to answer me like that, would that be meaningful over text? Hello, no. I have no idea. What is she referencing? What is she talking about, there to there? What? Because I am not here in person, I'm not face to face with her, so it's meaningless. So the answer should be what? Something as in, okay, when you go in the room, there will be one in the back of the room, and there will be one in the front, over in the front corner, et cetera, et cetera. Or she could sign it to me over text, or she has to be descriptive with the word before she sends it to me, right? It has to make sense when we're not in person. But the problem is that we always encourage deaf children to use ASL face-to-face. And then what happens when it's time for writing? Who am I writing to? No one, right? There's not a person looking at me. The audience is not present in front of me. The audience could be anywhere. I have to realize someone is going to be reading this later, maybe an hour later, maybe a day later, maybe a week later. An audience is going to read this that is not present with me at the time I'm writing it. So the kids are so habituated to doing ASL in person when everything visually makes sense that when they try to write in English later, it looks like they're signing. It's written the way they sign. They just make assumptions. Well, the person knows exactly what I'm talking about. They know where everything's situated, etc. And the reason is because the children have never practiced signing to an audience that is not there, present with them. So we have to give them some guidelines for how to make things clear, even for people that aren't there. So we have some stimulus pictures that we use for this exercise. You could pick any. use ours or your own, or whatever the kids are interested in, whatever they love. Picture from, avatars from something, or the Avengers, whatever they're into. Pick something that would interest them. And then tell them you have to produce 3 complete sentences with 3 complete ideas, subject and predicate within these guidelines using this picture. And then you have to sign it to the iPad. Not to your classmate or the teacher. You're going to record yourself on the iPad. And then as we progress through grammar development, okay, they realize my guidelines. Okay, everything has to include a subject and a predicate. And then when we start adding requirements to that and building upon that, okay, what kind of subject? What kind of predicate? So the kids have already satisfied that subject predicate requirement, and then we can build from there. Okay, my sentence has to include who or what, and then the predicate is a description of what happened. Okay, so they can visualize that and plan it and not just do it spontaneously without thinking about it first. They have to plan it ahead of time. Writing is not spontaneous, right? That's planned ahead of time. So they have to learn to think the same way inside, have the same experience. The way you improve any skill is by practice. So then when we start building upon these skills later in the curriculum, the kids have already learned about nouns. Once that happens, we can increase the guidelines, okay, increase the number of sentences. Okay, now you have to sign 5 sentences, all complete ideas, and it could be your decision what kind of subject and predicate you want. Okay, I want you to make sure there's a noun, at least one, in the subject, and then that sentence should have, 1 noun in the subject, 1 noun in the predicate. And you can just keep adding and upping the requirements for the guidelines and include various types of nouns, different categories, people, places, things, animals, etc. Increase the requirements. Give that to them. The kids will have the opportunity to plan and visualize, okay, how am I going to include all of that in the sentence? And then progress from there. Then anchor standard number 4, the expectations are greatly increased. We have all of these. Now, every noun has to have an adjective modifying it. Okay, or maybe only the noun in the subject has an adjective, or maybe only the noun in the predicate has an adjective, for example. So in this one, we have, okay, you have to have the adjectives before, you have to have the adjectives in the next sentence, perhaps after the noun, so they can play with it and learn. And the guidelines increasingly go up. We've got levels 1, 2, 3, 4, and we covered all of these, and the expectations for their signing is continuously increased. And the kids can understand how to make a clear signed sentence, and then we can start transitioning and going over to English writing and transitioning back and forth between the two. Yes, a question over here? How many? 30? Oh, we have 3 minutes left? 3 minutes? Oh, I thought you said 35. 3 minutes, okay. Okay, here's another example of a checklist they have to go through. And when we study subjects, you have to look, okay, what's an adjective that goes with that subject, or vice versa. My sentence will include the subject, and then they have to check which one goes with it, including what kind. So you have to check off which one, so you're building upon the knowledge scaffolding. You start with baby steps, and then check off each additional level of difficulty. Now we have 3 to choose from. Start out with 2, move to 3, then you add nouns. So you have to include a noun, you have 2 choices, check which one, then you'll have 3 choices. So you have visual guidelines that support them through their learning how to do ASL composition. Sometimes an adjective is before the noun, sometimes it's after the noun. to learn how to sign in both directions. So now, oh, we're out of time already. I can't believe it. Wait a minute, Kristen has an awesome presentation herself too. I don't want to bleed into that too much. I will, let's see, I'll upload everything and the videos. Most of my work is used as a Keynote address. I'm using Keynote. It's not PowerPoint, I'm using Keynote. So if people don't have an Apple, I can go ahead and change it over, convert it to a type of application you all can access to. So apparently I'm not good at time management, but I have a lot of information left. So I can go ahead and give it over to the IT people and the people who are in charge of this workshop, and they can go ahead and distribute it among all of you. So you can learn more about the guidelines of ASL composition, you know that. So, and give you a taste of the grammar and all these different approaches we can use to teach that. Thank you so much. I'll have to stop now so that we can switch over to Kristen. She can start her presentation. So I will see you all after she finishes her portion. Do we
Jessica Kellerman.
All right, thank you so,
so
so
welcome.
much. If you have questions or the changes was a little confusing, just see me or Lynn.
Maxine, in the meaning of her means for season, and always, and always.
Because Waco,
I always know patterns. She's so only other color than blue and green. And then the white colors are mine. I still even have that black. What about blue? Okay. Yeah. Blue jeans, mostly. But I'm like, that's
Okay, thank you, everyone. It's 2:30. We want to get started. We don't want to use up any of Kristen's time. So here we go.
All right, the home stretch. It's a long day for you guys to sit, I know. Now we want to take a look at writing. How do you teach deaf kids to learn how to write if they don't hear the sounds of English and they cannot biologically access the information to encode and decode sounds to print? So I did my dissertation on this because I had a kid in my class that came up with a technique that blew us away, and it has done amazing things everywhere I've shown it to teachers and other programs here and in other countries. Works awesome. And this deaf kid came up with it. Certainly wasn't me. We thank God I worked with a deaf teacher who noticed a kid doing this, and she's like, look at him. So I'm going to show you what it looks like. So that's the idea. That's what we're going to look at, because we cannot talk about English grammar if the kids can't independently write. I don't mean perfect. I don't mean, but if they can't at least begin to form thoughts in print, getting to work on grammar is something that's going to be held for years and years, and we don't want to do that. So we've got to get them in there quick and moving along. So foundational writing instruction, what does it look like? We want to move toward the grammar stuff that Todd was showing. I'd love to get to the English stuff, but I'm certain I'm not going to get to it in 45 minutes. And I really want to get the point of how do we get kids to write more and love it. Okay, so next one. Give me a second to read this slide. So this is basic writing, the default, what everybody does, and we ask kids to write something. Writer's workshop, whatever the topic, whatever we're working on, an essay, whatever it is. The minute the student doesn't know a word, up goes the hand, over goes the teacher. Another nail in a coffin or a task that kids are going to hate to do because they cannot do it alone. Think about a task that you do, and if you had to depend on someone to help you all the time, you could never do it independently, always had somebody to help you, you would get tired of that very quickly and not be too invested in the process. So we need another way. The second thing, and Todd was talking about it before, this idea of, can you just go back for a second, Todd? Todd is like trigger happy. I know he knows I'm not going to get through it all. I know. I'm going to keep moving. These, and again, I used them all the time when I was teaching grammar in middle school. They had so many things they needed work on, but I wasn't sure where to go. So I would just pick stuff. And I'd get, a lesson on does, DOES, or a lesson on can't and won't, and just pieces of stuff, firing away at them with no idea of how to build a grammar sense in them productively. So, and again, as Todd mentioned earlier, the hearing kids that are working on those tasks, the exercises, I used to hate that word when I was a kid, exercises in English, they're simply practicing what they already know. Nobody's teaching them the grammar skill. They're practicing it, or they're honing in it a little bit, but no one's teaching them from the beginning. Like, what does the word is? What does that mean? How does it work? Nobody's doing that. The kid's simply going, the boy is, the boy are cute. Is. Boom. Number 2, the dog is, the dog are. That's all they're doing. And using their ears to check, and all they're ever going to do for the rest of their life, they don't have to know the rule. The sound is robust enough to get them where it has to be. Not so for our kids, though. All right. So as we got started, okay, now you can go to the next one, Todd. As we got started, it became, and Todd and I had a grant 20 years, almost 21 years ago now, to a big Title I grant to work at a school for the deaf on the East Coast to improve the literacy program at the school. And one of the things we wanted to work on was this idea of grammar instruction and how it was either not done at school, done sort of haphazardly, or, just whatever, messy programming everywhere. So to see what a hot mess it is, I asked people across the country, because we did a lot of consulting and lots of workshops and stuff across the country. And I would ask teachers. So at one school in the elementary program, I asked the teachers. So there are 3 teachers in this elementary program. And I asked them, I said, hey, to each teacher, I said, the question is, what do you do for grammar instruction? So the kindergarten, first grade teacher told me this. So she's like, well, the words the and is, they're very important. They've got to know those. And conjunctions are important too. And I didn't disagree with her, because all of that is true. It's just not something I would do with 5-year-olds and 6-year-olds at that point. So that was her takeaway on grammar instruction. So imagine a child with her for 2 years and how much grammar they would get and what kind of a system building it would look like. So now the child 2 years later moves to the 2nd, 3rd grade teacher. I asked him, what do you do? This was his answer. What's the problem with his answer?
It's not grammar.
It's not even grammar. Yes, multiple meanings are about reading comprehension. I thought, oh gosh, you got to at least know what grammar is. But yeah, so kids aren't going to get too far there. So 4 years later, we are praying that the last teacher is going to be the hope. I get to the 4th, 5th. I said, what do you do for grammar instruction with the kids in your level? Legit answer. She's like, I'm not teaching grammar. I hate it. I like math. I was like, wait, do we get to opt out? Because I did not get that memo. I would like to have that memo. Yeah. So, but at least she was honest, and I appreciated that, because that's what it looks like when Todd talks about messy programming. That's what it looks like. So imagine you're a child who doesn't have access to language, who's trying to learn a sound-based language from teachers that are trained this way. And again, not their fault. They don't have the materials. They haven't been trained. It's a subject that most people are like, ugh, I'd rather watch paint dry. And I get it. Because if you had ever told us we were going to write a grammar curriculum 20 years ago, I would have laughed and laughed and laughed, because I can't think of something more dull. But it's actually a lot of fun. I can't believe I'm using that in the same sentence as the word grammar, but it really is. The kids love it. And what they'll do when Todd and I have gone around and done these model lessons at different places, they will legit, and I wish we had clips of it that we could show. We can't. the kids will say, we'll be all done with these model lessons, and the kids will be like, more, let's do some more. And we're like, no, we've been doing this for over an hour. It's time to stop. No, let's do some more. I'm like, good God, you're asking for more grammar and you don't even realize that. But because it makes sense to them, because they feel good. I just got an email from a teacher up in Maine. She's like, this is the first time I've had my kids feel good about what they know, feel confident, that they know what they're answering, what they know what they're looking at. So we are understandably very excited about that and very happy. So, all right, so this is our issue. Okay. So let's figure this out. What do we know about writing? Again, back to the principles, not about, this way, that way. There's lots of great writing things, but we have to get back to the brain first and say, what is it about writing? Well, we know it's a developmental process, just like all the other literacy stuff. It comes in steps. It isn't just appear with you don't get a baby. I didn't deliver my daughter, and then a year later, or then 3 days later, she started speaking these beautiful long sentences. It took her a year before I got one word out of her. And that's the way it works, just natural language development. So, okay, here's what we have to have. Any human being, and again, just to set our frame it for us, any human being that wants to write has to have a language. You have to have a language first to express your ideas. You have to have a code, a way to transmit what you're thinking about down to print. The third thing is you've got to have rules to order the way you're writing so that things make sense, that you're just not throwing in a bunch of words and putting in a period. All right, next one. Second look at that. We let hearing kids do this every day. And we wouldn't dream of stopping the natural development they go through for writing. But we don't with deaf kids who are trying to attempt this feat without a language, without full access, without a code. Again, it's almost like, we're trying to make it as hard as we possibly can. Of course, we're not willfully trying that. So let's take a look at this next one. Give me a second. This is an example of a hearing child using invented spelling, a very critical step in the writing process. So take a look at his sample. You can't see it, but the kid actually plucked out an eyelash and taped it to the paper. He should have gotten an A just for that. I mean, the teacher probably was like, I want you to write a friendly letter to someone famous, and that was the prompt. So the kid gets an A for doing, he's got the famous person, he's done a friendly letter, and amazing problem solving there, a cute story. Now, would you ever, if you were Emerson's teacher and he brought this up to you, would you ever say, hey, oh my gosh, I love that story. But let's take a look at tooth and fairy. Those need to be capitalized because they're proper nouns. And also fairy's not spelled right. Let me show you that. The next word, my, should be capitalized, and on and on and on. Would you do that as the teacher? But he's got a lot of errors there. Why wouldn't you do it? Haley, you're shaking your head no. Why wouldn't you do it?
I wouldn't, because the student wrote and they were creative, and that's the first part of that process. You can't build on something that's not already there.
And the message is clear.
Yeah, it's communicated clearly.
It's communication, and it's clearly communicated what happened and what he wants.
Absolutely, exactly. If we do correct him on all the things, a teachable moment. I hear this all the time. I want to expose him to the right spellings. This is my teachable moment. I'll help correct all the words for him. Why doesn't that work?
It defeats the purpose of what he was doing.
Right. And and Haley signed that, that they'll just feel like, well, this was a lot of fun. I'm good if you ask me again, no thanks. Because he's telling you, here's where I am developmentally. I'm trying to learn how these letters and sounds go together. But I wrote this kick butt essay. That's a really good letter and very funny. But if we squash the number one thing that makes a kid want to keep writing, we're doomed. And the number one thing is to get that kid to believe you can write anything you think. It's a process that you're always going to keep revising. All humans do that. That's how it works. As you get better and better, you pick other words, you know, whatever, you fix whatever, but that's how it works. Okay, now remember this. So, okay, we all have to follow the state standards for English literacy, those Common Core state standards, or if you don't, then you have state standards. Do you guys all have, you must have them in Alabama too, following the state standards, right? I mean, no state gets out of this, which is fine. Standards are great. However, again, if you don't have a language foundation and an ability to get to it, that it's going to cause a problem. Not that they're bad, it's just the order that they're in and what is already expected of a 5 or 6 year old. Often our kids don't have by middle school yet. So let's take a closer look at what those standards say. And this is, I've written very, very tiny. I don't expect you to read it. I just want to make one point. So these are some of the things that kids are expected to do. And what grade level is this? Go ahead, Todd, click it again. First grade. This is first grade. They're supposed to absolutely be able to do all these things already. Now, for hearing kids who have heard all of this stuff for 6 years of life naturally and acquired all of it already, this is no stretch. But now the teacher's gonna, look at it briefly and then move on. But they already know it. They don't have to learn it. For us, this is not gonna be helpful. This is only gonna make us feel worse because we can't attain any of this. Okay, next one. So let's suppose you're teaching and you're following the first grade standards. You're trying to, and you're trying to work on this week. And your objective is that you got to get the kids to use verbs to show time, past, present, future, just basic yesterday, that's what you're working on this week. You tell the story of Little Red Riding Hood and you ask all the kids to write it back to you. So this is what you get. There's actually so much more in this child's sample than meets the eye if you do an analysis on it. But because the child's being held to a standard that they're not at yet, you can't possibly put down all the good things that the child has learned. So what's wrong with talking about verbs with that sample? You can just go get rid of the little boy for a second so people can look, Todd. Yeah, what's wrong with talking about verbs, about tense? What does he know about verbs already? How many do you see? One. How about if we start with a concept that you got to have a verb before we can talk about time? I mean, that's a good starting place. So this is such a disconnect for us. Okay, Todd. Well, we have to have a sensible plan. The plan that we've been following for eons is not sensible. It follows the trajectory of children who learn literacy skills through their ears. That's not a sensible plan. That's like an architect looking at this house and going, well, I think I'll paint the living room first. I mean, does the living room need painting? Probably. Is that the first thing you're going to do?
No, fix the roof.
How about if we start with the roof, the structural stuff? Yeah, it's akin to our sentence stuff. Exactly. Same thing for English, for writing. this is the kid's output, saying, well, I guess the kid needs plurals. I agree. Not the priority right now. Got to work on some structural stuff here first. But that's the idea. We've got to have a sensible plan. Okay. So we have to have, just like the hearing kids get to take advantage of, a developmentally appropriate sequence of instruction and a way to give them a tool so they don't have to keep raising their hand every time they need a word spelled. Okay. Again, we can't work on grammar until the kids can independently get their ideas out on their own. So the big question, how do we get kids to write when they're little, like 5, 6 years old, and love writing and want to do it? How do we do that? Like all kids, deaf students have plenty of things they want to write about. Yep. But what's the problem for our deaf kids?
They don't have the words.
Yeah, they may have it in sign or they may have the concepts. Go ahead, Todd. If they are expected to use English words or they are expected to encode sound to letter, they're never going to get it and they're going to avoid it. And by the time they hit middle school and high school, how much, you guys who teach middle school or high school, tell me how much your deaf kids love to write that have not mastered it. They hate it. I taught middle school. They hate it. And why wouldn't they? I would hate it. It's just a lesson where, you learn to feel stupid, and they're not stupid. The system is stupid. So if we're going to call stupid thing, that's what's stupid, is this system that we've used that does not meet their needs. So, okay, Todd, next. Have a read on this slide. Okay, so we have to give them a code that's not based on sound, but has a visual parameter to it that can link up to whatever they're thinking, to their sign, to putting it down on paper. They make them independent. So this is what this little boy in my classroom came up with on his own. 1994, I think, is when the first time he did it. Okay. The technique is called a handshake holder technique, and it's in the Bedrock manual, but for intent purposes here, what it is, we teach kids to access the handshake, just the handshake. Signs, ASL signs have phonological parameters too. Handshake, location, movement, the way the palm goes. But to keep this very simple, we're going to pick handshake. So go ahead, Todd. Here's what it looks like. We train the kids to use a code, and we call it a secret code just in the beginning, just so they don't equate it with English, because it's not English. It's just a code to get them bridged as they're learning more and more English words, but frees them up to write independently. And that's the key for the motivation. So let's say they want the word cat. So we teach them the word cat. They learn, here's the sign for cat. And then they freeze and they grab their hand and pull it away and they look at it and they write an F or a 9 to represent the idea of cat. Just holding the idea. It's not English. It's holding the idea. Let's say they want to say pretty cat. So the sign pretty has 2 signs, 5 and an O. Pretty, 5, O. So 5, O for the handshake, pretty cat. Again, holding the idea. It's exactly like invented spelling. It's just a holding developmental step to move on to established English writing. That's where we're going. But we got to get there. So how about if you want to write a full sentence like this one? My pretty cat is black. But you don't know any of the English words, but you know the signs. So B, because it's not a perfect system, you know, the sign for my is an open B, but kids learn, oh, I'm going to call that a B and put that down. So 5-0 pretty, F cat 1 black. My pretty cat is black. And we're not worried about syntax or grammar or anything right now. Our first step is getting the ideas they want to talk about in their head down on print independently. No help. That's our first job. All right. So the activity is a daily, again, this is one of those non-negotiables. If you're only going to do it once a week, don't bother. You're not going to get anywhere. But if you do this every day for 10 or 15 minutes, I guarantee you are going to see growth. And we've seen it everywhere. We've done it. So the kids, the goals are, we want them to learn that they can enjoy writing, and not knowing English words doesn't have to stop them in the developmental process. They also have to learn that writing means we're going to write stuff a few times. It's not just going to be once. We're going to pick different pieces to keep doing. They think hearing kids write down everything perfectly. They don't know that they have to go through process of drafts either. Okay. Next one. So here's how we do it. Every kid has one of those little books, those little hardbound books. This becomes an excellent data source for the teacher. Make sure they put their date on every single paper. That's like key, because you will not remember when they did things, and that's really important. So the first thing is, and this is quick. This is not, we're going to take half an hour. Boom, quick, because you need to get this in every day. And you could do it during social studies. You can do it with whatever prompt you want. So you show the kids a picture and they discuss it for a couple of minutes. You're not going on and on. Everybody shares an idea about a dog, falling down the stairs or whatever. Then you tell the kids, oh my God, I love your ideas. Everything you guys just told me, write it down in your book. You write your idea down in the book. So they can't be like, I don't know what to write about. They just told you something. You tape that picture of the puppy in every kid's book. Kid writes their date. And to begin with, we tell the kids, I want at least 2 sentences. Now, they don't know what a sentence means, but 2 ideas independently. And you tell them, if you know the English word, write the English word, because writing is English. We don't want you to write, in code. We want you to write in English. Next one, Todd. However, we tell the kids, if you don't know the English word, that's okay. Put down the hand shape that you wanted for that word, just to hold your idea so that you can keep writing and get it finished. When they're all done with their own writing, they come up to the teacher very quick. And we use visual timers so the kids can see the time, so they're not like, playing with their pencil and stuff, that it moves along. And they get very fast at it. You should see in New York City, these 6-year-olds, 5 and 6-year-olds, by December, and this teacher was regimented. She was awesome. These kids, they were so good. So they can do it. Kid brings their book up. Teacher looks at their story. The kid, tells the story to the teacher. Teacher says, oh my God, that's awesome. That's it. Then she says, oh, I noticed you used a handshake. What word did you mean? So the first handshake they used, dog, down, go, V. So we ask, what's the V? And the kid goes, this, sign stairs. And you're like, oh, okay. On the other side of the page, you write the word, you write the V, and you say, let me show you what the English word looks like. And you, the teacher, writes the word stairs. And then you say, okay, let's see, did you use another handshake? Dog go downstairs, open BB, open BB. So you ask the kid, BB, what is that one? And they're like, the door, the dog wants to open the door. Oh, okay. BB's on the other side, and the English word door for the child. That's it. That's all you're doing. The goal of this activity is simply to get that child to believe they can write whatever they think independently and get better and better and better at it. So we tell them, okay, the next time you want the word stairs or door, don't put down V or the BB. Come back and get the English word and put it on your page, so that they start becoming more and more accountable for their writing and switching out words. So that's the basic activity. Oh, sorry. Okay, next one, Todd. This is what it looks like. And in the beginning, again, we're not talking about grammar yet. All we're doing is trying to get the kid to write on their own and love it. So the first one, and deaf kids are geniuses at solving problems. So this kid comes up and says, I didn't know how to write squirrel. So the sign for squirrels like that. So I put one U and one N. I'm like, oh my God, you're so smart. So huge, genius, level genius for this kid. But I mean, you're so smart. You can click off the next one, Todd.
That's crazy.
So we went through it. And I don't know why that made 2 U's instead of UN, but just beautiful. So, they're two gray squirrels are eating a nut and they're happy. Perfect. Okay, next one. Another example, so you see what it looks like. And then again, if the kid knows the English word, use the English word. If you don't, look at your hand for the word you want and just hold it. This is not good, to look at the next day and try to figure out. You won't remember. The kid won't remember. It doesn't have enough information around it, but it helps in that moment to maintain fluency of thought. And that's what we want from the child. But that's why it has to become a routine and a system for them. All right, next one. So here are the outcomes that we've gathered across the United States and in other countries. Take a look at those. Again, this was from a kid who came up with this. I don't have time for the whole story, but astounding. A little deaf kid. Okay, Todd. So here's what it looks like. When we went to Singapore, first thing I said is like, hey, you guys, I want to teach you a secret code. Half an hour. Very simple. It's very robust. And every kid, I've never had a problem with a kid learning this quickly. And I have a little training for like half an hour. It's very, very simple. So this is just a look at the kids playing with the code video. There you go. You should be able to click on that, Todd, no? There you go. Saying, bite, gobble, gobble, gobble it up, gobble it up, gobble it up. They've already seen the prompt, and that's what they're writing to that dog with the ice cream. She's trying to think about how to encode that. So all the teachers are doing here is helping them connect what handshake they want to put down. They're not telling them what to write. They're just helping them connect because they're just learning how to do that. Okay, next one, Todd. All right, so he's going to help him out. Same idea. He's working with him on this. All right, so here's the dog, right? Here's the dog. That's represented with this. There's your ice cream. Okay, here's the dog. Here's the ice cream. All right, you be the ice cream. Okay. All right, here comes the dog. What's the dog do? You be the ice cream. You be the ice cream. Hold the ice cream. You're the ice cream. Here comes the dog. He licks it, right? He licks the ice cream. That's it for that one. Then the other dog with the ice cream again, what does he do? He gobbles it up. Yes, that's it. You go and write it. So just helping them segment ideas again, like Todd was talking about earlier, getting kids to segment ideas. Can you guys see what he's writing? It's really light for me. No, he's not. Okay, so it's not English. It's all just code. He's in code. They are simply using a code to learn how to do it in all bunch of different sentences. So that's what they're doing. So the next day, we started independent writing with them and said, okay, here's a prompt. Tell me about what's going on in this picture. And then said, now we want you to write a sentence about the picture yourself using the code. We're leading toward obviously using this for English, but right now they just think it's a fun code. Okay, Go ahead, Todd. All right, the giraffes.
See?
There's 2 of them. 2 giraffes. And there's a window there. And they stick their head through the window. So he uses a classifier to stick their head through the window. And then they gobble up the food. Apologize for the terrible quality of this film. And that's it. So he wrote, if you did not know the code, you would think he wrote a bunch of letters. Now it needs to go from left to right, and that's an easy fix, but this is just, having fun with the code. But if you did not know what that code meant, you would never know that he wrote a sentence that says there were 2 giraffes that stuck their head through the window and gobbled up all the food. He'd never get credit for that. But all that cognitive ability that is there is constrained because it didn't have a way to use a code to show people. But I do know, I can say this. All right, next one. And they loved it. Next one, Todd. And it works everywhere. I had a deaf woman in, you can go to the next one, Todd, that's okay, just for the sake of time. A woman in Australia contacted me, a deaf woman. She's like, oh my gosh, I have a kid in middle school and he hates to write, but he's really, really wicked smart. And, do you have any ideas? And I said, as a matter of fact, I do. And I told her about this handshake writing technique. So a week later, she sends me this. She's like, this is from a child who hates writing. She goes, now I have a new problem. Maybe you can help me with. He doesn't want to do anything else but write now. like, that's a really good problem. She goes, you can't believe, how some people are just writers. Some people love to write, love to share their ideas. Some people love to read. Some people like to draw. This kid's a writer, but he never had the way to get at how to do it. So that's the idea of that one. And they're the same, kids are the same everywhere. You can also use it across the curriculum. This one was, so the science teacher said, from the standards, the kids had to do this writing prompt, and the kids had a picture of an animal. They had to list 3 descriptive features. So the kids could use the hand shapes and able to address and do, meet the rubric. So 44, meaning the zebra, has black and white. They have stripes, the 5, and they have, the classifier for like a mane. So check, 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 3 descriptive features, A. So it works in so many different ways. All right, next one. So here's some examples, and I know we're going to run out of time, but I definitely want you to see this. So here's a baseline. Now the teacher has written in the words for me because I don't know what they stand for. Again, if you don't get it right after the kid's written it, you're not going to know because it's not robust. It's for that, simply to maintain fluency in writing. It's all it's for. So the sentence the kid wrote, I put a book in my backpack. 4 months later, able to write full sentences. Again, lots of issues with grammar and spacing and capital. Now, all that, we're not looking at that yet. We just got to get you to put your thoughts on paper. And it gives you really nice evidence of growth. And that's what we're looking for. Real growth, not, he failed the state test again. Real growth, measurable growth. Okay. This one, the teacher didn't get the baseline in time. She was so excited to do this. She already taught them. So that's why it's half and half. I was like, ugh. So this child, 4 years later, this is their sample.
Jeez.
And again, it's not the same for every kid. The grammar's not perfect, not what we're looking at. We're looking at, did the individual child get better? Did they produce more writing? Because if they can't do it, we can't work on the grammar. All right, next one. This one is my absolute favorite. I had one of the teachers was a teacher with a deaf with disabilities class, and she watched the workshop and she's like, I don't know if these guys can do this. And I thought, well, can you just let them try? Let's see. No harm, no foul. So this little girl who has the most sarcastic sense of humor, she just kills me. I think she's so funny. So the teacher gave out this prompt of buttons. Quite possibly an award winner for the most boring writing prompt ever made. I'm like, really? Buttons? So the kid looked at it and she was like, huh. So this is what she wrote. And I'm like, what is it saying? She's like, well, I don't like that pile of buttons, but look at my shirt. See the buttons on my shirt that are purple? I like those. Like, oh my God. So this is her 4 years later. Again, there are issues, of course, but did she make an improvement? That's the question. But I have to read it to you so you can really appreciate how bright this kid is and how she wouldn't have gotten credit for it. So, on your state standards, one of the things is a kid will be able to write a story that has good character development, a plot, a problem, sequencing, a conflict, a resolution. She's got it all. So her story is the snowman was playing music on the guitar. Bird said, please stop making that loud music. The snowman said, sorry, too bad. I'm playing this guitar every day. The bird went to sleep and the snowman kept playing the guitar. The bird goes to a different home. I mean, that was hers. And is she delayed in English stuff? She certainly is, but has she made an improvement, a measurable improvement that would never have been seen on a test? She sure has. Okay, Todd. Yep. We'll skip this one because it's hard to see. So one of the things we do is add, just to push the envelope below a little bit, is we give the kids a limited word dictionary, because there are words kids are going to write all the time. Girl, boy, mom, dad, eat, play, pizza, these things. We want them to write the English word, faster than putting in hand shapes for that. So you can hit the next one, Todd. We keep it limited. We tried to use these big picture dictionaries. We tried using personal dictionaries where the kid would write all their words. What happened was that they became time wasters. And we all know how precious little we have. So it didn't give us enough bang for the buck. So we gave them this limited one. Can look at the next one. This is what it looks like. And it's a teaching, we show them one page and we talk about, all right, we pass out the animal page. They're laminated. Each kid gets a copy. And we say, all right, somebody spell the word pig for me. And all the kids look and they're like, where's the pig? Oh, there's the pig. They see the picture. Now spell, give me the word pig, write it down. And just so they know what's on the page. And we tell them. Was there a question? Did I miss?
No.
No, can you go back for a second, Todd? So they know after this takes like a week to go through each of those pages. So the kids know what's on the page and you make it, your kids, what words they use all the time. And you tell them, look, if you want one of these words, don't put down the handshake, use the English word, because they're going to be writing it over and over again. So have them use the English word. It pushes it a little bit faster because we don't have a lot of time. But it works great. The other thing we do are these editing checklists. So once the kid is able to get into the English part of the bilingual grammar curriculum, how many of you have taught middle or high school and you have to remind your kids, smart, regular, normal, deaf kids, to add a capital or a period to their work?
Every day.
I literally want to drop kick them at that age. It's like, are you kidding me? And is it because they don't know?
No.
No. Why don't they put it in?
They're lazy.
The teacher does it for them.
The teacher does it for them. They're, you know, hey, if somebody's gonna do it for me, I'll just wait till you tell me. They're never accountable for anything. They go from school class to class to class to class. Everybody's worked on it. It's not like people haven't taught it, but no one's held them accountable. So that's where, sorry, that's where part of the process that we train people that are using the BGC is that once you've taught a skill, the kids are now expected to become accountable for that, meaning they have to fix it. So if you look at the next one, we start very easy with little kids. And the only thing they have to do first is, you know, write the date, let's say, or write their name. You make it as simple as you can. The most important part of the editing checklist is that you only have 2, possibly 3 things on it. If you have more than that, what will kids do? They'll give up. They'll pitch it. They won't do it. It's too many. But if you have a manageable number and hold them accountable until that skill becomes automatic, then you switch it out for another one. But it takes a while. I mean, it takes several months once a kid learns the concept to get to the point where they've done it enough that it goes to long-term memory, and now we got it. You look at the next one, Todd. So the idea is, and this again is a teaching, you have to teach children how to use this. And I say 3 to 4 items, but I really think 3 is the max. I think that's plenty. Is that the child, after they've written out this daily quick write, so you have something every day that they have to write, then they have their editing checklist, and you've gone over it with them. They know what they have to check for. If the kid comes up, and they will, especially in the beginning, and you'll say, oh, look at your story. I love that. What hand shapes you use here? Here's this. Now let's see that, did you do your editing checklist? And the kid, you know how kids are, they'll sit there and be like, check, check, check. They don't check. It's a lie. So you look at it and you're like, nope, you missed something. And the kids will say, where? What? I'm like, and it's like, are you kidding me? Sit down. You find it. I did my job. See ya. You go and look for it. It's not being mean. It's not being harsh. They are able to do this. And now they're gonna, because they're never going to get better if they don't self-check and self-look. But if the list is way too long, forget it. They're not going to do it. But if you train them when they're young and early, and it's just a little bit and it's manageable, they will do it and they will get better. Okay. Next one, Todd. I think that's it, right? Yes. All right. So I'm only 2 minutes over. Not terrible.
You've got till 3:30 for questions, answers, and comments, Kristen. You've got 10 minutes.
All right. Well, I know there are questions usually from that. So let me have them. What are your questions?
So where would be the best place for this to be implemented, elementary, middle school versus high school? And when state schools get students, later in their high school career or in middle school that haven't had exposure to a lot, or who have been secluded in a true BS sped room, have you seen, what ways do we approach those situations?
Right. So what we want to do is say, listen, if kids can't access the phonological code in English, we have to give them another way. So if they're, starting to write, give it to them in kindergarten. They have to have a language first. This isn't for the kid who comes in and is like, pointing. This is a kid who can have a basic conversation with you. So it definitely starts young, but it also works for older kids. The problem is, and you guys tell me, what do you think? Trying to do this with older kids to get them to, write down your ideas, write that essay down. And if you don't know the English word, just hold the handshake. And then when you're all done, come up to me and I'll show you the English word. Why is it a harder sell for middle school and high school kids?
They want to be more independent.
They definitely want to be more independent, and this will allow them to be, but they do not like to use those handshake holders to write down instead of for the sign. Why not?
They feel like it's baby.
And it doesn't look real.
It's not English. Kids have become so scarred by the time they hit middle school and high school about their writing ability in English, even though they have all this stuff they think about. They know that their ability to put what they have in their head down on paper is limited by the English words they know. You tell me, if a kid is talking about, he sees, and I had a kid do this in high school. He said he was writing a story and he was telling me this thing about he saw his dog get hit by in a car and the anguish he felt, and oh my God, it was awful. Guess what word he put down to explain his emotions? Sad. S-A-D. I said, sad, are you kidding me? You just told me one of the most personal, heart-wrenching stories so far in your life. You can't use the word sad. That doesn't even touch what you felt. So getting kids to understand that writing is simply, we do it in drafts. Everybody does it. They don't think hearing kids do it. But you have to, the most important step one is getting the personal ideas down first. Then, second draft, changing the vocabulary, organizing, whatever it is. But kids have to know that if we went to another country and tried to learn to write in their system and the teacher asked us to write like, Spanish, my essay is going to be mostly English words. I'll throw in the Spanish ones I know, but I want to get my story down first. Then I'll change out all the Spanish words or the English words for Spanish. That's how it works. But deaf kids are scarred. And they know it. They're not taking any chances of people looking and being like, you don't know that, or they're not doing it. So that's why they hate it. Hate it.
I'd like also to say, and as a high school teacher, you also get a lot of hard of hearing students who come to a school for the deaf and who know no sign language.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So you also have to deal with that issue.
Great point. Yeah.
And the adults that actually are on the level of first grader with their language writing skills, they oftentimes don't have the ability to write a sentence with a subject and it. And this is a concept that is completely over the head. And now they are 30, 40, or even older years old, and they are unable to fill out a job application or something like this. And very, very, very difficult. And approaching them, I haven't figured out for myself how to use what you introduced today to figure this out, to apply that to my group of clients. But I will work on it.
Right. If they're writing, an essay for work or just communicating, getting them used to put your ideas first. Your ideas are most important. Then we'll work on what does it look like in English and switch out those. But otherwise, it's just them copying stuff or filling in stuff that, nothing's original.
Yeah.
And it works great. It works with any age. You just have to get them over that. Ugh, that doesn't look like English. Parents too. Parents get wigged out when they see that. But it works great.
Any other questions, comments? The problem that I have, and I work with high schoolers, and I love them. However, is that they're coming to me from teachers who have said, your writing is acceptable. I have 3 seniors who want to go to college. They have to write college entrance essays. I can't get them to give me anything more than my name is and very basic. And it's really become a struggle because I have one student who is from, everyone in her family is deaf. I have another student or two other students who come from trilingual families. So, and a lot of it has to do with what the family believes too. You know, my deaf family said, oh yes, you are wonderful, you can do anything. And yes, but they're not giving me, there's no substance to their writing. So that's the thing that I'm struggling with. I have all these teachers in the past who have said, oh, your writing is acceptable. But if I'm going to send them to the community college, it's not acceptable. And then they complain, well, now I'm back in basic English classes because I don't know how to write.
Yeah, it's a systemic problem because again, going back to that slide where everybody gets to decide what they're going to do. If that's the case and that's how we educate, they're doomed. They're doomed. They're going to get to you. There's no way you can fix all of that in your very short time with them. No way. So that's why, you know, Todd and I put so much effort into this grammar curriculum to say to people, but now we do have something. This will work if you stay the course. But this is, you have to be in and you have to commit to it. This isn't a sort of, I'll give it a shot for a year. And then if, they're not writing at grade level, don't bother, don't buy it, don't do it. Because it's a long game. You have to invest the time. Everything we talked about, developmental, takes time.
You missed the joke in here. You said grade level and somebody goes, grade level, what's that?
Yeah, exactly. No kidding. What is that? Yeah. But I know our wrap up for now is supposed to be for both of us. So any questions you guys had for anything all day? I can't believe the day's already over, but you probably can. You're probably so tired.
What's the cost of the curriculum?
Yes.
Todd, are you still there?
Yep. Yeah.
So
do you want to take that?
who has a license for 1 year?
One teacher.
One teacher has a license for 3 years, and each license costs $2,000. And you can use it with any kids that you want to. And you can keep the license for $2,000. And then as you buy more of the curriculum, as you proceed, the cost of the license goes down. There are 11 licenses. So there's a 10% cost decrease each time. So you've got 1,900, 1,800, and it will decrease as you go along. But for the first 3 years, it's $2,000 for the first license. Most deaf schools tend to buy between 7 to 12 licenses, but we have many different programs that are 1 or 4. Sometimes they buy them for 28. It varies. It varies all over, but kind of the most common one is 7 to 12 licenses that deaf schools buy. And the curriculum takes 2.5 years to complete. So really, you do need 3 years to finish level 1. And then level 2 is a separate license. And that's also good for 3 years. And then level 3 is tacked on for same concept. And then each one is 3 years long. So in a perfect world, the kids would start learning, in kindergarten or first grade and proceed from there. And then by 7th grade, they'd be set, they'd know grammar. And then 8th grade up, then you could do more of the literacy, focus on reading. But, we have to be able to do both at the same time, just like hearing people do. And you know how we, as hearing people, learn grammar growing up. And, we do that. Then after we learn grammar, then we learn how to apply it to the reading writing.
I have a question.
Same concept.
Okay, kind of going along with what Haley asked. Like when you start with high school students,
And the curriculum doesn't usually take a full 2.5 years when you start with high school students. It's gonna be a shorter length, right? Okay.
Yes.
That's what I would figure, because
The pace is faster the older you get, the older the kids get. Correct.
Because I've experienced sometimes once you explain something to high school kids and they go, and they just pick it up a whole lot.
Yes.
So my question is related to the bedrock. So what is your recommendation for implementing bedrock? Like from the admin's perspective, say.
Right. So my intent wasn't to write a curriculum. My intent was to put together ideas, principles, foundational things that need to happen to get kids to establish foundational abilities. The only reason I put the word guide, but I had a teacher that said, please don't put the word guide. If you don't put the word curriculum, the school won't buy it. So I was like, okay, so that is the only reason. But the idea is what we talked about today, is to get teachers on the same page to understand what their students are up against and to see through their eyes this literacy approach. They've got to write every day, every teacher. They've got to read, they've got to do this fluency activity every day, obviously making it harder for kids as they get, more advanced. They've got to do the grammar part every day. So once people understand the principle, they can tailor it for their kids. And that's the freedom of it. And I think that's, excuse me, the way we get around, buying $30,000 reading curriculums that 2 kids can use. Yes. And the rest just, it shelves. So my take is more training teachers to look at stuff and think about, okay, how can I do this in my classroom? What materials can I use with these kids, and how can I change it up with different kids?
Haley?
Yeah. So let me back up. So this curriculum that it is, if it's presented in an IEP, and say we set up goals based on that, we set up annual goals and our STIOs based on this curriculum that our school has bought. Do we have the evidence? We have the evidence that shows this is a proven practice. I can justify it to my admin team who already doesn't believe that. No, never mind. Back up. I don't know who's watching. Who believes that teachers do a good job?
I believe teachers do a good job too. I stunk at getting results though, but I was doing a darn good job. I just couldn't teach them to read or write effectively. So there was that. No, so right now, this is part of where things are right now. We have about 30 schools that are using it right now, a few different mainstream programs. So they're taking, and it's heavy progress monitoring in the curriculum, the bilingual grammar curriculum. So people have to document, the test scores, that we have a way to track everything. So at the end of this year, we are hoping to come out with papers and, other things to show from people out there.
Right, okay.
Here's what's being done. It's been used across the thing. And another thing, we partner with, because deaf kids alone are always left out, but deaf with disabilities are a smaller group that are like, we don't know what that all to do with that. But we have a school that Todd and I work with up here in Massachusetts that are awesome. And that's all they do. That's their school. So we're working with them. Their teachers are experts in figuring out how to take stuff, adapt it so that it fits kids with other needs, so they can access stuff. So we're super excited about that, because we definitely want to hit that population too.
Any other?
And also related to what you just said, if you need support and more resources, let me know, I can send them to you. We have data and evidence to show that I can send to you, that you can show your administrators. So I have different data and resources available for different purposes. Let me know. I'll send you whatever you.
Are you gonna give us your email?
Oh, yes.
Can you give them the VGC info email there, Todd, too?
Yes, I've had a lot of people on the virtual have been asking for that information as well.
The one for Bedrock Literacy is Kristen, Kristin, at bedrockliteracy.com, one word.
How do you say last name, Todd?
Zubek.
Zubek. I'm usually phonetically challenged. I'm so excited I got it right. We will also add this information when we send out, share some more materials with you. And for those who have asked, Todd is going to share some more materials with us that he's talked about today, and we will send everyone on the virtual and in-person list with those as well.
Top one's me, next one's Kristen, third one's the BGC. That's for general information. And then the bottom one is the website. So you can get in there and see all sorts of things. Thank you again, everyone. This has been wonderful. I know it's been a long day. I've tried to give you as much information as possible in a limited time frame. Hopefully, I'll see you all again soon. And thank you to our coordinators for setting up this awesome day. And thank you to both of our interpreters.
Kristen and Ty, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
And I know I've been watching, everyone is just thrilled with all the information they have gained. And again, I would like to thank y'all for coming. And again, I commend you for your dedication and the love you have for your deaf and hard of hearing students. And you're taking the time from your weekend to come to Alabama and learn how to better help your deaf students reach their full potential. So applause to you as well. Thank you, Kristen. We can't tell you how much thank you. And for we have a presenter's gift for you, Kristen and Todd.
Thank you.
They are our locally Alabama created crafted gifts.
Oh, thanks.
So anyway, thank you again, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, interpreters.
Oh, yes, thank you, interpreters. Y'all have been awesome. Y'all have had a Okay.
The real part begins.
Yeah, the real part begins now. The wine is in the back.
Oh, perfect.
instructors with the ACT. They helped improve my score when I went through their training, like 4 points on ACT, so they're wonderful.
I would like to say the ACT prep, I know deaf and hard of hearing, we focus on the English and science. And I got a text this morning from a young man, a hearing student, who I work with. He went up 14 points in English. Wow. And some of my deaf students have gone up 8. We did an ACT camp this past summer. Some of my students went up 8 to 10 points on the ACT. And part of exactly what Kristen and Todd talked about, because some of the strategies, some of my kids will say, oh, that's cheap. I said, yeah, honey, it's cheap. I mean, so a part of it's, again, building up their confidence. You break them down and building up the deaf, because when they first read that ACT English, it's an essay. They go, they I can't do it. I'm like, yeah, you can, just hold on. Technically, really, when I really had to find out, because we went from a graduation test to ACT, I looked at that ACT and said, how in the world am I going to do this? But, little geek that I am, I went through about 30 practice tests because I was saying, why is that the answer? Then I would figure out, that's what they're looking for. So, so if you, not that I agree with the test, I hate the test, but you're stuck with it. You have to take it. So we can do that Zoom, or we may go in person. But really, it is Oklahoma. We've done it in Oklahoma for 2 years. We've done it in Mississippi for 4. I mean, once you start, it's really. I'm ready, honey. I'm ready. Thank you again. Enjoy your evening. I will see you here or there. And also, if you have questions, comments, and we can do consultations, individual consultations with teachers too, because you hear things here in conference, but then you get taken to classroom. And sometimes, and it's at no cost, your tax dollars at work.
We email you about the IXL?
Yes, oh yeah, IXL at no cost.
Okay.
Amazing. Amazing.
And I hate to say it, the deaf kids really love the math. I wish they loved the English so much, but they adore the math.
They love the math.
Okay, thank you again. I'll keep you forever, but bye.
Well, that's what it's
Yeah. Bus is picking up at 4:55.